Good evening. I'm Bernard Green, Chair of the Brookline Select Board, and this is the regular meeting of the Select Board for June, the 10th, 2025. First item on this open session is I move that we go into executive session for the purpose of discussing strategy related to bargaining with union employees. Bargaining with union employees must be discussed in executive session because an open meeting may have a detrimental effect on the litigation or bargaining position of the town, and the chair so declares an executive session therefore to be necessary. All in favor, please indicate by saying aye. Let's see, Paul Warren.
Aye.
David Perlman.
Aye.
Michael Rubenstein.
Aye.
And chair votes aye. We will return to open session after our executive session.
Just
Yes.
a question, Chair. Item number 3 is also listed as executive session.
Oh, is that new?
Yes. Well, no,
Oh,
The open meeting law complaint that we discussed.
yeah, we talked about that. I apologize. So we're also discussing an open meeting law complaint, and did we have some minutes? Or was there a
No
third
minutes
thing?
today, no.
There's no third document or third?
Nope, that's it.
Okay. And open meeting law complaint must be taken up in executive session because, what is our reason for that?
it's a litigation matter.
No, the open meeting law, it's for purpose one, which is technically a complaint brought against a public officer.
Okay, good. Right. And we will again return after our executive session on those two matters. Thank you.
2, 1.
And I'll turn off my speaker too. Okay, good evening. This is Bernard Green, Chair of the Brookline Select Board, and this is the regular meeting of the Select Board for June 10, 2025. Let's start off with comments or updates from the Select Board, and I would like to start, if you don't mind. Let me find my comment here. So, Sunday was Firefighters Memorial Sunday in Massachusetts, a day to honor all departed firefighters. In Brookline, Local 950, the Firefighters Union, had a moving remembrance event at Station 5. David, Michael, and I attended. Also in attendance were State Representatives Tommy Bottolo, Greg Schwartz, and Bill McGregor. Bill McGregor represents parts of South Brookline. Greg Schwartz represents parts of South Brookline and the area above, I think, Route 9, right? Yeah. Bill McGregor, grandfather, was Robert McGregor, who died on duty as a Brookline firefighter in 1966. And if you go to Fire Station 5 on Babcock Street, there's a plaque on the wall memorializing him. Bill's father, Robert McGregor, was also in attendance, as was his brother, Brookline firefighter Robert McGregor Jr. Brookline firefighter Peter Moyer, whose brother, Manuel Del Valle, is remembered with a bench in a garden in front of Station 5, was part of the honor guard. Manuel died as a New York City firefighter on September 11, 2001. Also in attendance was Katie and Scott Gillis, whose father, Richard Gillis, a Brookline firefighter, died from cancer in 2024. Some of us attended his funeral service at St. Mary's Parish last year. Firefighters risk on-the-job injury or death, as did Manny DeValle and Robert McGregor. They also risk health injury or death, as did Richard Gillis. Health injury is increasingly becoming the focus of firefighters and the government. PFAS chemicals in clothing and firefighting foam are big focuses now. The town and the state has taken steps to address these health concerns throughout the department. And last August, Governor Healy signed a law banning the use of PFAS chemicals in fire gear by 2027. The Brookline Fire Department is working on a faster schedule to reduce PFAS exposure by purchasing PFAS-free Class B firefighting foam and stopping the use of PFAS-containing protective gear for EMT calls immediately, and is also actively seeking PFAS-free alternatives for protective gear and is working to replace the current gear used for fire calls as soon as possible. So the cost is going to be significant. So why am I saying this? I think it's important for the public to know about our efforts in this regard so that they will support the significant cost it will take to make firefighting safer. Not safe, but safer. This is an ongoing struggle because when building materials and furnishings burn, the chemicals they are made of are released into the air, and firefighters are right there to breathe them in. So this year and next, PFAS will be something. This year it will be PFAS. Next year it will be something else. So eternal vigilance is required. So I want the community to be aware of the firefighters who have lost their lives fighting fires or fighting the diseases that are often the result of fighting fires. Here in Brookline, we have a list of 20 firefighters since 1919, a long time ago, but 20 over that period of time, one every 5 years or so, who have died while in the line of duty or because of the consequences of fighting fires. And I asked the town administrator to post those names on the town's website so that people will be aware of the danger that our firefighters face and the consequences of their fighting to save our lives and property. I think that is something that everyone should be aware of and give thanks to those firefighters who continue in the job. Doesn't mean that we don't have disagreements with them, but the job is important, it's dangerous, and we should be respectful of the work they do. So that's my one statement. The other is, yeah, there have been a number of attacks on Jewish organizations and individuals around this country. Anti-Semitism is a serious issue. Some of it is what I'll call bogus, attacks by the administration on colleges and universities and others. Others are deadly. We had a number of attacks over the last few months. One in Boulder, Colorado, during an event planned by the group Run for Their Lives. That group has a local connection with an affiliated group that has events on Sundays in Newton. A Brookline town meeting member, Alit Schultz, I believe, is active in getting people to attend these events. I just wanted to mention that these weekly events occur in Newton. And the upcoming event is going to be a special event commemorating Father's Day, because many of the hostages that the Run for Your Lives group are speaking out for are fathers. So anyway, those are my two comments. Thank you. Any other comments from the select board? Updates? Okay. Let's move on to public comment. Tiffany, you want to read the rules?
Yes, I do. Thank you for joining us for public comment. This is an opportunity for us to hear your perspective on the issues in Brookline that matter to you. Each person speaking is limited to 3 minutes. You don't need to use the entire time, but you may if you like. Once 15 minutes has been met, there's an opportunity at the conclusion of the select board's business for additional comments. Members of the public sometimes raise questions during public comment. We may be able to provide a quick answer to a question, but are more likely to work with staff to get a more thorough answer and respond over email. The on-screen timer will flash orange when you have 30 seconds remaining and red when your time is nearly up. Please conclude your remarks at that time. If you have more to say, you're welcome to send an email to board members expressing your thoughts in greater detail. Any person speaking must begin their comment by identifying themselves with their full name and either their Brookline precinct number or street address. The first speaker tonight is Amelie the Newson.
Good evening, members of the Select Board and attendees. My name is Amelie Tunison. I'm a Brookline resident under the address of 725 Washington Street, Brookline, Massachusetts. The topic I'm speaking on tonight is mental health, specifically the prevention of suffering in silence and suicide prevention. The U.S. has a growing mental health crisis. A significant number of people are choosing to suffer in silence rather than seek assistance. Suffering in silence is an even larger issue, resulting in the lives of people taken. According to a June 2020 National 4-H Council survey, 65% of teens reported that they deal with their feelings on their own, while 67% pretend to feel better not to worry others. CDC Health reports 2 in 5 high school students reported struggling with persistent feelings of sadness or hopelessness in 2023. As a society, why have we normalized forcing people's emotions down? We need to create an environment to prevent people from suffering in silence, an environment where people are comfortable with sharing. Now, I want you to think about this. There is someone who you love or look up to. They're always smiling, happy, and everything seems perfectly fine. But do you know how they feel when they're not in public? The truth is, you don't know everything about everyone. You'll never know the silent battles people are fighting, even the people you think you're closest to. You'll never walk in my shoes, and I'll never walk in yours, as Madison Beer writes in her memoir. Even so, you don't need to know everything about someone to care. Simply showing empathy by offering someone a space to open up is helpful. Every gesture matters. Occasionally, it's not that simple, and some people tend to reject assistance. Instead, they reply by shrugging off others' concerns and choosing to keep their thoughts to themselves. There are countless stories about suicide, and these stories cause stirs in the media and local communities. Every time I learn about a victim of suicide, their story sticks with me. And I understand it's a sensitive topic, but it needs to be addressed. We need to assist people who struggle with reaching out for help to prevent suicide. We can do this by equipping people with the tools to have conversations about their emotions, and we can reduce the stigma that delays and prevents people from seeking care. The possibilities are endless, and we live in a time where we have the resources to change communities and ultimately reach the goal of improved mental health. So working to care for others is necessary. as the pain of regret is worse than the pain of hard work. I've done my own research on some resources near the Brookline area, and I'm pleased to learn that Brookline has the Brookline Center providing care for people of all ages, and Brookline schools offer mental health resources. On the national level, I've discovered Lifeline 988, which provides a suicide hotline, and other national organizations like SAVE, which advocate for mental health. Mental health is a priority, not an afterthought. So today, tomorrow, and every day, we can save lives by ensuring that no one is silent about their mental health struggles. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
That concludes the speakers who signed up in advance of the meeting. If there is anyone online who wishes to speak during public comment at this time, please raise your hand using the raise the hand feature, or if in the room, please make your presence known. Okay, there are more than 10 individuals in the room and 24 online, and no one is indicating their desire to speak.
Okay, thank you. Next, we have our miscellaneous calendar. First item is, excuse me, approving the meeting minutes of June 4, 2025. Any corrections or additions to those minutes? Okay.
I sent some corrections.
Yes, those have been incorporated.
Okay, are they substantial or just nitpicks? Okay. Okay, I move approval of the minutes of June 4, 2025 as amended. All in favor, please indicate by saying aye. Paul Warren.
Aye.
David Perlman.
Aye.
Michael Rubenstein.
Aye.
And chair votes aye. Okay, next, I'd like to take items 6B through 6N in omnibus fashion, unless someone would like to pull something out for more detailed discussion. Seeing no hands raised, I move approval of items 6B through 6N in our miscellaneous calendar. All in favor, please indicate by saying aye. Paul Warren.
Aye.
David Perlman.
Aye.
Michael Rubenstein.
Aye.
And chair votes aye. Okay, next we have tree preservation bylaw, rules and regulations. This is a public hearing. So I see we have Commissioner Shute and Alexander DeVecchio.
So as the presentation is coming forward, I'm Erin Chute. I'm the Commissioner of Public Works. It's a pleasure to be here this evening. We're at a public hearing to present the new rules and regulations that support the tree preservation bylaw that passed this past fall town meeting. The implementation and administration of this bylaw is going to sit with the Sustainability and Natural Resources Division due to the synergy between the work that will be done enforcing and implementing this bylaw and our urban forest climate resiliency master plan. And so tonight we are going to present the implementation, how the rules and regulations and the bylaw are different. So the new bylaw, the new rules and regulations that we have and how that compares to the current bylaw, the applicability and mitigation fees. I do want to point out that the applicability, that's sort of what is protected, as well as the exemptions and mitigation fees. Those are pulled directly from the bylaw as approved by town meeting. So a lot of what you see in the rules and regulations is actually extracted from the bylaw itself. And if you recollect, the bylaw was very prescriptive in terms of definitions and what's protected and mitigation fees. So our Director of Sustainability and Natural Resources, Alexander Vecchio, will be presenting this evening. You'll have an opportunity to ask some questions. I really just want to point out that Alexander has done an absolutely heroic job pulling the rules and regulations together, the process, the Acela permit system, training with our own staff, information on the website, a full chart, full implementation plan, while also building her own division and helping us train and onboard a director of parks and open space. It has been absolutely remarkable, and the work that she has done to get us where we are now is really fantastic. So I'm very grateful for her work. I know my whole team is, and I really just wanted to share how lucky we are to have such an exceptional employee with Alexandra. So with that, I'm going to turn it
By
over
the
to
way,
you.
we have noticed Alexandra's hard work and we really appreciate it. So
Thank you.
can I start off by asking a question? Are you going to be the, what do you call it, reviewing agent under this, or are you hiring someone else?
No. So, good evening, everyone. Alexandra Vecchio, Director of Sustainability and Natural Resources. So the reviewing agent is to be appointed by the Commissioner of Public Works. And as of last Wednesday, we hired a part-time staff person to help us with the implementation of this bylaw, and they will serve as the primary reviewing agent.
Okay, thank you.
All right. So good evening. Thank you, everybody, for your attention and time. I also appreciate the commissioner's remarks, but would be remiss if I didn't acknowledge that this really has been a team effort by DPW to try to move as expeditiously as we can on the implementation of this bylaw and all the associated work with it. So this evening, I will just give you an overview of that work to date, give you a highlight of the rules and regulations themselves, and then turn it over since this is a public hearing. So as you can see, the bylaw or the updated version of the bylaw passed a town meeting in November of 2024, and then we received the Attorney General's office approval in March. And so since from March till today, we've been working to update the rules and regulations, to draft a permit application that's available now on Acela, to update the website with information about this, to train our own staff to help with the enforcement of this bylaw. And then, as I mentioned, we have been able to hire a part-time staff person to help with the enforcement of this, and so advertise that position. So in June, we were able to launch the Acela application on our website. As of last Wednesday, we've onboarded that part-time staff person, and then we're here before you to get approval on the rules and regulations. Moving forward, we know that we have a great deal of additional education and outreach materials that we want to create to try to improve clarity on this, help people understand the bylaw, the scope of it, and to help people understand how to comply with that. So all of that is forthcoming in the next few months. But I think the important takeaway here is that this bylaw is in effect. It has been in effect since March 27th, 2025, and DPW has been working to enforce that ever since. So the tree preservation bylaw applies in short to any privately owned tree that's 6 inches of DBH, which is diameter at breast height or more, on any private property that's residential or commercial. That's considered a protected tree. And so it's prohibited to remove any tree that's larger than that 6-inch threshold without a tree removal permit. And unlike the previous iteration of this bylaw, this is a standalone permit, so it's not tied to a building permit, stormwater, anything else. So the part of the, as you saw, the back end work that we've been doing is to actually create that new permit process online. I won't go through all of this, but this does highlight some of the key differences from the 2023 version of the bylaw that passed town meeting and what was approved by the Attorney General's office a few months ago. So again, the extent and scope of this is greater. So it does apply to all private properties, and it applies to the removal of any protected tree for any reason. It's not associated just with significant demolition or construction activity. It also does have some different exemptions as part of it, which were all determined through the review process of the warrant article itself. And so there's exemptions that I'll go through in a couple of slides. This bylaw also does require notice be given to any direct abutters if any tree removal is occurring. and also requires mitigation in either the form of replanting or payment. It does change the mitigation formula for the replanting based off of, again, what's outlined in the bylaw. And then finally, this also a little bit different than the previous version, does have a reporting requirement as well, so that people can essentially publicly access the information that of the trees removed, replanted, and mitigation made. So as a standalone permit, this now also has a permit application fee that's being proposed with it as well. So if for any reason you qualify for one of the exemptions in the bylaw, you do still have to go through the permit process, but you would not be required to pay any permit application fee. And I can talk about those exemptions here in just a minute. And essentially, it's a sliding scale that increases based off of the scope of the review that's required by staff. So, a tree removal for 1 to 3 protected trees, that's obviously going to require less time and be something that's a quicker process. For something that we're looking at 21 or more protected trees, that's going to take much more time, require more site visits, coordination from our staff. So that sliding scale is reflective of the amount of effort that we believe is going to be needed for this. So in addition to removals themselves, there's also a requirement in the bylaw that a tree protection mitigation plan be submitted if there's any kind of construction activity that's taking place. So building a deck, any sort of excavation that's happening on the site. So anything that's planned within 30 feet of a protected tree, one of these tree protection and mitigation plans is required to be submitted. And so that means that even if you aren't actually removing the tree, but could be working within that 30 feet zone, you're still going through this bylaw process and submitting an application. So the tree protection and mitigation plan has to delineate the tree save area, and that's essentially defined by the radius around for every inch of DBH around the tree itself. So that's to protect the critical root zone around the trees, and it can also be measured based off of the drip line itself. So typically basically how far out the branches go, that's what's considered the drip line. As noted, any sort of removal of a protected tree will require a mitigation payment unless there is an exemption, or excuse me, and will require mitigation unless there's an exemption. And that can be in the form of replanting or payment into the tree fund. It can also be a combination of both. So this is a shift from the previous iteration of this bylaw. Essentially, there's an exponential formula that's now being applied that requires a greater proportional replacement for larger trees that are removed. This is to acknowledge the greater value that those trees have, both in terms of carbon sequestration, shade, general public benefit. So this mitigation formula, while the commissioner noted was outlined in the bylaw, was something that petitioners worked on and based off of a tree ordinance that exists similar to this, both in the city of Cambridge and the city of Newton. As I mentioned, there are numerous exemptions that people can qualify for. So still required to go through the permit process itself, but then there would be no fees associated with it and no mitigation, either replanting or payment required. So there's specific criteria outlined in the bylaw and within the rules and regulations, basically to meet a hardship requirement. Any property that's 100% affordable housing project does not have to comply with that requirements outlined in this bylaw. There's exemptions for if a tree needs to be removed in order for the successful installation of solar panels, if there was some sort of natural disaster that occurred, making that tree or trees no longer sustainable and healthy. This does not apply to our public shade trees, nor any trees that are under the protection of the Wetland Protection Act. It also does not apply to any dead or dying trees, anything that's infected with a pest or disease. And then there's also an exemption if deemed by an arborist that there's some overcrowding on the site, and removal of some selected trees could help the overall benefit of the rest of the trees remaining on the site. I will note that you'll see that there's not an exemption necessarily for invasive species on this list. That was, highly discussed while the Warren article was going through its review process and on the floor of town meeting, but that was intentional. So the discretion for whether or not an invasive species tree could be removed from the site or should be removed is at the discretion of the reviewing agent. So the bylaw does require that DPW track and make available to the public different data on at least an annual basis. And so this is all information that is requested and required as part of the application process through Acela. So basically the number of applications we receive, trees to be removed, the size of those trees, their species, the address of those trees, any associated mitigation that takes place as part of that. And if for some reason there wasn't a mitigation to a payment or replanting to occur, what's the reason for that? And then photographic evidence documenting the conditions and status of that. So it's quite comprehensive and is again modeled off of something that's available for City of Cambridge as well. This piece is going to, you'll see, is part of kind of the next phase of our work around this bylaw. We are certainly collecting all this information in Acela, but without going into too much detail, getting Acela to dump that information into our website is challenging. So we will likely require that staff run some reports on this information from Acela and then take that and add it to the town's website on some regular basis. So the next steps for us is hopefully to receive approval on the rules and regulations and the associated fees, and then really to focus on the implementation of this bylaw. I will say that the application itself is live. We worked very hard to make that happen as quickly as possible, but it will continue to undergo some revisions, essentially as we have more people who work through the process and actually complete that application. We anticipate getting more feedback on that, so it'll be a bit of an iterative process. We want to focus our time on outreach and education materials for various audience groups, whether it be homeowners, developers, arborists. We also want to make sure that we're coordinating additional staff trainings. I referenced that we did some of these for our DPW staff who are helping with enforcement, which has really been a multi-division effort, thanks to our engineering staff, our park staff, and our sustainability staff. But we also want to make sure that there's ample information for planning department and the building department and other staff that may not necessarily be enforcing this bylaw, but will have some intersection through some scope of their existing work. And then, as I mentioned, developing that record keeping system as efficiently as we can and updating that on a consistent basis. We do have an email address listed here for folks who have questions, and we've been responding to those as they've come in. And we also have a webpage that will continue to update with more information. So with that, I will be happy to address any questions that I can. And thank you for your time.
Thank you. Any questions from the select board?
I
David?
have a bunch, but.
Okay, fight over it. Michael?
So first of all, thank you for all of the hard work, and having looked at the documents you gave us, I recognize how much work went into that. And I should preface my remarks by saying that unfortunately we have a very large linden tree on our property, which has become unviable. So part of my review of this was also to understand what we would personally, our family would have to go through in order to do that. So a bunch of my questions are detailed implementation questions, and I can either ask them here and put them on the record, or I can take them offline, whichever you prefer.
I think it'd be good to ask them here.
Okay.
So that, the record shows some of the issues that.
Okay.
come up.
So let me just go down the list. There was a reference in the notification to direct abutters, and I couldn't find a definition of direct abutters and couldn't find in the public notification app a way to specify what direct abutters meant.
Sure. So direct abutters is anyone who essentially is directly touching the property line of the applicant themselves. So it truly is those that are on any end of the parcel itself.
Okay, but it
so-
wouldn't include people across the street, for example.
No. And we are working on creating a template for folks to use that can help them notify those direct abutters. That's coming soon.
The second question is, if a tree save area, which I think is defined by a certain radius, extends to an adjacent parcel, does that applicant need to get permission from the owner of the adjacent parcel to sort of operate on their property?
Sure. So that's a common question. So essentially, if the tree save area or the critical root zone, if you're doing work on one property and that tree is there, but the root zone extends over to the other property or vice versa, it is the applicant's job to protect that entire tree save area on no matter where it falls on the property line. It is still considered a protected tree and therefore needs to be protected during any sort of construction or excavation activity.
Okay. The next question is, in one section, there's the term applicant, whereas previous sections refer to the property owner. And I'm wondering whether those two things are synonymous or applicant means something else.
Yeah,
What's
that's a
the
good point. It could be synonymous, but in some cases, the applicant is someone who's submitting it on behalf of the property owner. So, a arborist or a landscape architect or, even a developer. So in some cases, the application process is completed by someone other than the direct Brookline resident.
Right. Which points to my next question. Typically, I believe building permits and other types of permits run by the building department are filed by the person who's doing the work, for example, an electrician or a plumber or a contractor. So in this case, does that mean that then property owners are setting up a seller accounts and filing on their own behalf, or would somebody you hire to do the work be responsible?
Yeah, it could be either way. I would say that that's, probably depends on the scope and size of the project. If you're applying for removal of one tree, then it's likely the property owner is doing that. But one of the requirements is that there's a review of those plans by either a certified arborist, a landscape architect, a surveyor. So at times, that individual may be completing the entire application for the applicant themselves. I think it depends on, I would say, the scope of the project and honestly, the sophistication of whomever that person is. If they've worked in Newton or Cambridge, then they're probably familiar with this and would likely take the lead on that.
Okay. And one last question, which is whether or not driveway repaving is considered construction, or is there a more precise definition?
So it would be, it's really dependent on if you're doing any sort of excavation work. So if you're simply, your driveway already exists and you're simply taking the top of that driveway off and putting it down in the exact same footprint, then likely you're not doing any additional excavation activity. So it's really if you're going to be doing work that would impact a tree root zone. So likely something that is not already in existence in terms of a structure.
Okay, thank you.
David,
I just had a follow-up question to one of Michael's. So regarding a tree where the roots are on multiple properties, probably just two properties, if the neighbor is not cooperating for whatever reason around protection of the entire tree root zone, how does that get handled?
That's a good question. I would say that if I can, Town Council, Joe Callanan has been talking to us a great deal about this. I think if it got to be a issue of kind of a neighbor to neighbor dispute, then that's not something that the town would get involved in. And that has to be handled between the neighbors themselves. But if they are not complying with the bylaw, then that's something that our enforcement agent would have to have a conversation with them about. But Joe might have a more official answer to
a
that
conversation
question.
with the neighbor or the homeowner?
Well, with whomever is both, but whomever is not complying with the bylaw. So I think in Select Board Member Perlman's example, he was talking about if the tree was existing on the property where construction's happening and then their neighbor has root zones and those aren't being protected as part of the tree save area. And so our conversation would be with whoever isn't allowing the protection of that tree root zone.
Paul?
Thank you. So a follow-up on that, and then I've got two other questions. So my understanding was that if there's a tree and it's on the neighbor's property and the root zone extends into your property, you only have to protect the root zone that's on your property. You don't need to do a circumference of the entire drip line of the tree.
Yeah, so sorry, good clarification. If there's no work happening on that side of the property, then yes, there wouldn't need to be any sort of protection measure there. So I think I might have actually, now that you're saying that, said that backwards. So it would be if the work was happening where the root zone was on a property and, the trunk of the tree sat on, your neighbor's property, and therefore they want to make sure that their tree is protected, then the root zone on the side of construction activity needs to be protected.
That makes sense. Notification. So do we have other notification requirements where the applicant actually has to do the notification versus the town doing it on behalf of the applicant?
Not that. Oh, yes. Yeah. Thank you. For Conservation Commission, they do have to, if they're going to be doing any work in the wetland area, that's on the applicant or their
Okay.
party to notify.
And so that's good that we have an example. What is proof of notification count? Because I could see disputes developing where I never received the notice. Well, I dropped it in their mailbox, or what's considered proof?
Yeah. So what we're asking for right now is that they show us the letter or notification that was sent. That's what they have to upload into the application itself.
Okay, that could be something that you drop and fold and put in your neighbor's mailbox, or does it have to be sent by certified?
Nope, nothing by certified mail. You
Okay.
could drop it in your neighbor's mailbox or tape it to their door. You do have to, do a certification that you did do that as part of the application, saying, yes, I did drop these off, or send them, whichever path you choose, to my neighbor. But there's no follow-up enforcement that we as staff are doing on that.
It'll be interesting to see if there's any disputes about whether somebody actually received the notification, how that would be handled, but we'll deal with that when we get there. The last point on page 6, there's submission requirements, and item 4 says excavation related to any sort of site work. And the bylaw was pretty specific. So for example, and I think I brought this up during the public hearings, if you're putting up a fence or replacing a fence and you're just digging a post hole, you are doing site work, but that wouldn't be covered under the bylaw. So I think the question was the definition of excavation.
Mm-hmm.
Right now, this says of any site work, and that seems very broad.
Mm-hmm. I would need to look back at what the specific definition was included in the bylaw, but I would say that if they're doing any digging within that 30 feet of a protected tree, then that would trigger a tree protection plan.
Yeah, so we would literally have to go back to the public hearings and stuff, because I specifically, and I know it was excluded because we discussed this with the folks doing the bylaw, basic work like that, where you're putting in a fence, you're digging, a footing for the fence or the post, that was not covered. That's just basic work.
Mm-hmm.
And that was excluded. That was one of the reasons, one of the things that I asked to have changed, and it was accepted.
So I think then if that we can mirror whatever language was accepted as part of the bylaw in the
Yep.
rules and regulations, because it is just supposed to match between the two. So if this isn't as specific as it is in the bylaw, and it may be, that may be correct. I'm
Yeah.
just not looking at.
So
the
this
bylaw.
is what it's 2.5 in the bylaw under section 841(2). And it says that excavation is the removal of 12 or more inches of earth, soil, or rock for the purpose of construction,
Mhm.
Land grading, utility work, irrigation work, or drainage work. So
So we can,
being a post hole for a stockade fence would not be covered by that. I would
yeah.
think.
Yeah. So I would say that then for the rules and regulations, we can copy that same language in terms
Yeah,
of what
I
the
think that
definition
would
is
help
for that.
clarify it. Thank you.
Okay, this is a public hearing. Tiffany, you want to open it up?
Yes, now that the chair has opened up the public hearing, we did have one individual who signed up in advance, and that's Eliza Plazanja. Eliza, I'm promoting you now. And you will have 3 minutes.
Hi, good evening. I really would just wanted to speak to commend the incredible job that DPW did in pushing forward the implementation of this bylaw despite their very limited resources and the additional strain on their department due to unanticipated attrition. From the moment that the bylaw was passed overwhelmingly at town meeting, I saw DPW starting to plan for the implementation even before the Attorney General's approval came forward. And it's just been incredible to see how resourceful from the commissioner on down, the entire group has been in terms of really making so much from so little. And I would say, as the lead petitioner on this, on the warrant article, I'm incredibly grateful for that effort. And I think that it reflects a level of professionalism of our town, the staff that we are so lucky to have in Brookline, but in particular for DPW. So I really just want to put my gratitude on the public record for that. So thank you to Commissioner Shute, Alexander, and everyone else who worked on this. Fantastic job. Appreciated.
Okay. There is no one else who signed up in advance. Yep, you can go ahead and approach the podium and you'll have 3 minutes.
Hi, Richard Murphy, Precinct 16. I was just curious on enforcement. I know a couple things that Tom Brady brought up during the tree protection timeframe was his connection with all the tree companies in town, that they would have a clear understanding. And then if there's any question as far as someone having tree work being done and they're questioning whether it's like 5 o'clock on a Friday afternoon, can they call the Brookline police for investigation, seeing if they do have a permit? Maybe they're afraid to approach their neighbors and stuff like that. So the enforcement part for the regular citizen, as far as knowing. So.
Sure. So to the first question, that is part of that outreach to the different tree companies that work in town. That is something that's on that kind of next phase of the education and outreach. So letters to those to companies that are working in Brookline that we're aware of, letters to developers that we know work in Brookline. So doing some targeted outreach to those folks. So that is something that's on our radar and on our next phase of the rollout of this bylaw. Regarding the enforcement, so Brookline PD would not be helping with the enforcement of this bylaw. So if there was something that came in, certainly during town hall business hours, that could be directed to the sustainability division, my staff. As I noted, we have a new part-time staff person that's joined our team part-time. So she is not there all the time. And so for that reason, we've cross-trained numerous other people in DPW and are continuing to do that to ensure that we have numerous staff available. And again, I just would be remiss if I didn't acknowledge the great partnership across all the divisions. A lot of folks are taking on this enforcement in addition to their regular responsibilities to ensure we're able to comply with the bylaw. But in terms of the enforcement of it, that sits within DPW, and any complaints that came in would be responded to during business hours.
Go ahead, you can approach.
No,
Yeah,
let's
go ahead.
go.
Okay.
Thank you. Janice Kahn, Town Meeting Member, Precinct 15. And I'm delighted to see that it's a standalone effort. That's really, really important. That said, I know that there are other laws that do impact. And so I'm hoping that there'll be good coordination and communication between the other plans that do come before planning and whatever and conservation, and also feed that into this system so that you have a very good record. And I was thinking about the record keeping. I understand the Acela system, permit system is very complicated. And I was thinking about another system that we do have that might be a model for a way of enabling the public to have more timely information. And that's Brook Online, where when people do complaints, we can see that there was a complaint. We can see that it's in process of being addressed by the town. We can see when it's been resolved. And I find that system really helpful as a member of the public. And I'm wondering if that we can learn from that system that we have, which is complaint driven. This is not necessarily complaint driven, but there might be a way to work with IT to figure out another way to be able to keep an up-to-date database for the public to be able to check into. So thank you for your work.
Thank you. Is there anyone else in the room or online who wishes to speak on the tree preservation bylaws, rules, and regulations? If online, please raise your hand using the raise the hand feature. Anna Herforth, I'm promoting you now. And you can begin your 3 minutes.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you very much. And I actually, I'm not sure of my precinct. I will be able to submit it later by email when I look it up. I live on Park Street, and I really appreciate this bylaw and all of the efforts.
Could you give us your name?
My name is Anna Herforth.
Okay.
Thank you. And just expressing my appreciation for the concern for the environment and all of the benefits that trees bring communally, that's captured in this bylaw. And I have a question. The rules and regulations referred to notification of direct abutters. I wanted to know about notification to renters of a property where the management or owners are considering removing a tree. Thank you.
Thanks, Anna. I think you may have stopped by and talked to a couple of our staff the other day about this question. So it's in the bylaw, it doesn't particularly stipulate that. I mean, I think that given that the tree removal is happening on that existing property, that you could assume that the owner is going to notify the residents there, but I don't think that there's anything in the bylaw as it stands that requires that happen. I'm happy to have a conversation with our town council's office and see if there's another interpretation of that, given the language that was passed through town meeting.
Okay, and it looks like there are 31 participants online. 4 or 5 in the room, and no one else is indicating their desire to speak.
Thank you. Let's close the hearing and hear from Paul.
Thank you. I wanted to follow up on the enforcement. So permits, building permits, any other permit is enforced by the building commissioner or their inspectors, correct? So how will it work if someone's doing excavation work? It might be a contractor for construction work. It might be someone who's doing utility work, might be Eversource. Who has the authority to issue a stop work order? Do you have that authority, or should this be going to the building commissioner?
Yes. So in the case, let me just back up and say that we have also added, even though this is no longer tied to the building permit application, we have added some preliminary questions at the start of the building permit application that basically helps people determine if you need to comply with the tree preservation bylaw. And if so, before you can complete your building permit application, then you need to complete the tree preservation bylaw application, and building is looking for the sign off from us. I think the second, phase of that is this cross-departmental training that I was talking about, of making sure that building and planning staff are both aware of the general scope of the bylaw and what compliance looks like. But yes, we do have the authority to do that if there is work that's happening that's not in compliance with this bylaw, or if someone submitted a permit application with a tree preservation plan and based off of our site inspection, then they're not complying with that tree protection mitigation plan. So the answer is yes, we can do that. And that would be, a joint effort, certainly, where we would communicate that to the building department. But if it's impacting anything related to the trees, we would be able to do that.
Okay, thank you.
Hey, any other questions from the select board? Michael?
I'm just curious, so maybe this is a question for you. So tonight we have a discussion and a possible vote. Are you expecting over time that there be additional revisions or updates or enhancements to the rules and regs?
I think that's a possibility. I mean, honestly, the application itself, went live a week and a half ago at this point. And so we anticipate that we will learn as we go through the implementation of this bylaw. And so I think we'd like a little time to settle in with the application itself, the review process, move through some of these, and then we'll have a sense of what are we missing, what's not in the rules and regulations. As part of the drafting of these, I actually spoke to some of my colleagues in Newton and Cambridge, and, something that they pointed out to us is, in their rules and regulations, it doesn't say that the enforcing agent has the authority to go onto the property without notice to the resident, to the property owner, to do any sort of inspection. And I thought, well, that seems important. So we added that into the rules and regulations. So I think there will be some learning that has to happen with this. And so, maybe we won't need to make any modifications, but if we do, we would come back to the select board to do that.
Okay, I take it that you do want to vote from us tonight.
Yes, please.
Anyone object?
I would
Paul?
do it conditional on the changes that we discussed, specifically around the definition of, there's a couple of definitions in the bylaw that I think you would be helpful to come over. Excavation is defined in the bylaw. And there's another thing that's in there as well. I think it was 211 about demolition activity. I just think we need to be really clear as to what it applies to.
Sure.
Okay, why don't we vote approval conditional on the revision of those definitions. And once you've done that, please circulate it to the entire board so that we know that it's been done and how. So I'll move approval of the, what is it we're approving? Regulations, tree bylaw. Let's get the right word. I move approval of the tree preservation bylaw rules and regulations. All in favor, please indicate by saying aye. Paul Warren.
Aye.
David Perlman.
Aye.
Michael Rubenstein.
Aye.
Chair votes aye. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Appreciate your time.
Okay, we have another public hearing, a noise bylaw exemption. Yes, Tiffany, you were looking at me as if I
Smiling.
said something wrong. Okay. Charlie Simmons is going to talk to us about this bylaw exemption, noise bylaw exemption.
Yes, Charlie Simmons, I'm Director of Buildings for the town. We have a roofing project that I'd like to get started as soon as it gets out, and there's a contract to approve a little bit later. Roofing contracts are always tough, working with the schools because we have to get them done, hopefully during the summertime or in vacations. And ideally, it will never rain. Unfortunately, it never stops raining here in Brookline. So we have about 2 months to get this work done. The school department's asked me to complete the work before the 15th of August. We've met with the contractor and the consultant. They are going to start a little bit earlier prepping the site, but they're actually not going to start any construction until after school gets out. They will, if we follow the schedule that we have, assuming about 9 to 11 days of rain between the 2 months, which is typical, They will be done on time. Now, they are responsible for working whatever hours it takes to get done. However, the bylaw prevents them from working before 7:30. Now, typically, roofers like to sometimes work it from 4 in the morning till 12 noon because of the sun. The heat is just, you can't get a lot of work done. So I'm requesting that they have the ability to start at 5 a.m. in order to work through as much of a day as they can in case they fall behind or in case it gets too hot. The roofs are flat, the roofs are black, the roofs they'll be putting on will be white, be very reflective. I wouldn't allow them to do any kind of jackhammering or any loud noises at 5 in the morning, of course. If they do this, it would be mostly ripping off the rubber and then putting the rubber back. It's not really loud. It's going to be small crews. I expect the Unified Arts Building and that area behind the phys ed, the neighbors behind there would see or hear the most if there was anything. And the work at the high school is going to be facing the field, and there really wouldn't be a lot of noise at all. So what I'd like to do is have them start at all projects, get it going a little bit and see how it goes. But if they wanted to, I just want at least the chance for them to start at 5. They've already told me they would not start at 5 initially. At worst case, if it did get bad, they'd start coming in at 6:30 in the morning. So that's a little bit better. However, I can't predict the weather. No one can. And if we get behind, I have to get this roof done for the schools. I can't be doing a roof when school's in session. So,
David.
It's a question about the timeline of needing to finish by August 15th. Did the school department give a reason for why it needs to be August 15th? School year starts a bit after that. It's usually right after Labor Day.
because Hal Mason, teachers coming back. There's not going to be any programs at the high school. They're going to be up at 22 Tappan and some in the phys ed, but he'd like to be able to have the programs come back to the high school and get that high school ready. So he asked if we could have it by then. I said I would do the best I could, but I can't guarantee anything.
Does any of this roof work interfere with academic programming or
Well, there'd be
extracurriculars? even?
noisy on the roof, there'd be cranes, there'd be scaffolding, say in front of the high school or behind the buildings. I'd say the behind the buildings are less intrusive, especially when there's school out. The work they're going to be doing on the administration building would have all the staging, scaffolding right in the front of the building. And we couldn't do that near the beginning of school because people would be literally walking right underneath them to get in the front door. So.
Paul?
Yep. Charlie, thanks.
Pardon?
I don't think I've ever heard of a roofing project starting at 5 a.m. And it's not just the fact that things going to be banging. It's going to be the trucks. It's going to be the voices up on a roof. You talk, it carries very far. I can't understand why we need to start it before 7 o'clock. I mean, you're talking a couple hours. It's going to be dark, right? So it just,
It'd be dark in the summer.
I just can't imagine starting at 5 a.m. and having the neighbors having things starting at 5 a.m. Let them go to 8 o'clock or 9 o'clock at night. Be probably better, be cooler versus, what's the hours that you're looking for? Are you looking past 7 p.m. as well?
No, they'd be pretty much spent by 7 p.m. They'd be going home, no
Yep.
matter when they started. That's going to be a really long day, and then
Yep.
working on the weekends.
Yep.
for That too, so.
Yeah. I just can't imagine living next to something starting at 5 a.m. on a roof.
I sort of defer to Charlie regarding the issue.
I'd like to hear
of
from the
the
public,
heat.
see if anybody showed up, but
Well, we'll get there.
roofers are used to.
Yeah. And roofers get very sick because of the heat, so. Any other I'm sorry, Michael?
This is happening at 3 separate addresses, is that right?
Yes.
Is there going to be any sort of sequencing between the 3 addresses, or are there going to be crews up on all the addresses through the whole period?
We'll probably be starting on the administration building, 115 Greenough, because that's the highest priority, because I can't be blocking the door. And then they're going to transfer over to the phys ed and the UAB. So the phys ed and UAB will probably be within 4 or 5 weeks from now.
So I'm just wondering if, for example, they fall behind, is it possible that only 2 of the roofs or, well, not one, but that not all? Okay.
No, to your point, yes, that could happen.
But I thought your question was, will the administration building be the one that gets finished first, so that if we fall behind, it would be the other buildings with less of a,
Correct. That's what
Right.
I'd be planning on doing, is trying to get that one out of the way first.
any other, David?
Is the roofing company even asking for 5 a.m.? Because to your point, you're saying that they told you they don't visualize a scenario where they would start before 6:30.
They said 6:30. We originally were talking about 4 a.m., just to let you know. No, they said they would like the opportunity if things go sideways and it rains so much that they just can't keep on the schedule. They'll work in a little bit of rain, but if it's pouring rain, they can't work. And unfortunately, the last 2 months have been brutal with rain around here. You know? As I said, I can't predict the weather. So
Well, Paul,
Charlie, what type of notice was sent out to the what
uh,
radius?
the postcards were sent around to all neighbors around all 3 properties for the requirements.
So Greenhouse Street,
Behind Reno, behind, on the other side of the track, those streets.
so behind the school, but on the, what, I forget the name of that road, but it's not the school that, Greenfield?
Yeah.
Brington, that's right, Brington Road, okay.
If you want to, I could talk, I'm seeing the assistant headmaster on Thursday. As I said, I could suggest that we start on the UAB and the phys ed first at a regular time, not at 5 in the morning, and get that out of the way. That's where the neighbors are, right across from the track. And then move over to the administration building with the understanding that we have to try to get everything out of the way. If that's for a compromise, I'd be,
so if you get behind, the administration building is going to be undone.
could potentially be an issue,
completed.
but
Right, but if that building has people working earlier, there aren't as many neighbors abutting.
correct.
I think that's the reason to put that one in the riskier place. So they could start earlier for that building with
Okay.
less.
Well, yeah, I don't think that we are gonna be telling you when to start work, but we are giving a waiver of the noise bylaw with respect to a certain period of time. And that period of time, excuse me, is what?
To start at
5:30,
5 a.m.
5 a.m.?
potential. You could give conditions though. I'd be fine with that.
You got some conditions, Paul?
No, I was gonna say, you sent out public notice, this is a public hearing, I'd be curious to hear what the public has
I
to
just
say,
wanna
maybe,
get
maybe.
the
they'll be
select
curious.
board.
I know, that's, I'd like. to
Out of
hear-
their veins. Okay, let's open up the public hearing.
Now that the chair has opened up the public hearing, there's no one who signed up in advance of the public hearing. Is there anyone in the room who wishes to speak on this noise bylaw exemption or online? If so, please raise your hand using the raise the hand feature at this time. Yes, Regina Frawley?
Regina Frawley from Precinct 16. Just a couple of practical questions. If the weather was fabulous, and July often is on the hot side and less rain, how many days would you need for the whole project?
They were talking 6 weeks.
Can you approach Charlie? And Regina, is that all your comments or can you ask all your questions at once?
Okay. Sorry, Charlie. Kind of silly, but okay. So that would be the first question is, what if the weather were good? Would you, do you have the flexibility also of not showing up at 5 if the weather's great, and then you can stick to the usual schedule? So those are just practical questions.
The schedule is for 6 weeks, assuming no bad weather. That does give us about a week buffer. And yes, if the weather's nice, they're going to continue the work. They're not going to go anywhere. By the way, there is a clause in the contract. If they're late, not due to acts of God, but we can have I believe it's like $500 day fine if they're late. So they're going to be motivated to finish this. And the consultant that we've worked with going back to 2008 is going to sit on top of these guys and watch them. And we're going to have weekly meetings with them to make sure that they're done.
Good. Thank you.
Is there anyone else who wishes to speak on the noise bylaw exemption at this time?
Folks online can use the raise hand feature.
Okay, there are 2 individuals in the room, 32 online, and it looks like no one else is indicating their desire to speak.
Great, thank you. So let's, we have 2 questions or 2 motions here. Or do we? Question
Point
of
of order.
approving the noise bylaw exemption request for roofing work to be completed at Brookline High School from June 20 through August 15 between the hours of 5 a.m. to 12 p.m. That accurate? Okay, good. All in favor of that?
Question.
Oh, I'm sorry, Michael.
I just didn't hear you close the public hearing.
Oh, I didn't?
No.
Close the public hearing. I'm sorry. Those magic words are important. Okay, I'll repeat the motion. I move that we approve the noise bylaw exemption request from the Director of Public Buildings, requesting an exemption for roofing work to be completed at Brookline High School from June 20, 2025 to August 15, 2025 between the hours of 5 a.m. to 12 p.m. 12 p.m. All in favor, please indicate by saying aye. Paul Warren.
Aye.
David Perlman.
Aye.
Michael Rubenstein.
Aye.
Sorry. And chair votes aye. Next, question of approving a contract with
No, I was just saying, thank you, Charlie.
oh, okay. Question of approving a contract with Corolla Contracting, Inc. in the amount of $1,111,011 to replace the rubber roof of several Brookline High School buildings. Any questions about that? Yes.
Could you just tell us where this money is coming from?
We have in the CIP historic.
Can you speak into the mic, Charlie? Thank you.
In the CIP, we've historically had monies for masonry and roofing repairs, and we've been doing that over as long as I've been here for about 20 years. And so those monies are in there for this.
Okay.
Great, thank you. Okay, all in favor, please indicate by saying aye. Paul Warren.
Aye.
David Perlman.
Aye.
Michael Rubenstein.
Aye.
And chair votes aye. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, also a public hearing, water and sewer rates. And we are, I don't think we're going to vote tonight. Commissioner Shute, is that correct?
I think if you are prepared to vote tonight, certainly feel free. Typically, we've provided the information and the select board has taken a vote on the water and sewer rates that same evening, but that certainly is your prerogative.
I mean,
Yep.
it seems fairly straightforward to me, at any rate, but maybe not to other people.
Sounds good. I'm just going to do a brief introduction. My name's Erin Chute. I'm the Commissioner of Public Works. This is our annual hearing for the water and sewer rates. We are proposing a 3.5% rate increase. And for those of you at home or others who have been kind of watching our presentations each year, a couple years ago, we did a sort of a full evaluation coming out of COVID and, a long range master plan in terms of where we were with our water and sewer reserve fund, the overall enterprise. And there was a lot of work we needed to do to rebuild the enterprise coming out of COVID. And we worked with our consultant team from Ralph Dellis, put together a rate model, and we thought we were actually going to see some higher rates each year going forward. And we're really pleased due to a lot of cost controls that we've really been able to keep the rates lower and around this 3.5%. So we feel like that's really good news. The enterprise, we do have a water and sewer enterprise. So the rates fund our full operation. It's the purchase of water, the distribution, the treatment of sanitary sewer through the MWRA, our personnel, supplies, services, all of our equipment, a fleet, emergency response, and capital improvements on the infrastructure. So the rates fully provide all of the financial resources that we need to support the full services of the water and sewer division. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Jay Hersey, our Director of Water and Sewer. He's just going to give you brief overview of the water and sewer budget, upon which we then base our rates, and then turn it over to David Fox, who is an economist and a utility consultant who worked with the town to build the model and works with us each year with our water and sewer rate task force to develop the rates for the coming year. So with that, I will turn it over to Director Hersey. Thank you.
Yeah, good evening, board members, folks in the room, and people online. So I'll jump right in to the presentation. Let's see here. Arrow. There we go. Sorry about that. Yeah, so we've actually gone through this budget. It has been approved at town meeting, so a lot of people have already seen this, but just I'll go through really quick. We're looking at 34 million, actually 34.5 million overall for our operating budget. As you can see, the largest percentage of it is our MWRA assessments. Those are our obligations that we need to pay for getting water from the MWRA. That's the finished treated water that we then distribute through our pipes to all the customers here in town. And it also covers the wastewater disposal costs, where we then route those flows through our pipes to the MWRA treatment plant. Personnel is 10%. You can see all the other items in there: services, supplies, debt service, and intergov transfer. Here's a breakdown on the percent change from last year's budget to this year's budget. You can see salaries are up 2.7%, services are up 15%, and kind of the same thing going down through. One thing in particular I'd like to mention, though, is our MWRA assessment. You can see how low that is, and that's actually as a result of the sewer O&M work we've done, the rehabilitation work, where we're actually lining and sealing the sewer system to keep out infiltration or clear water, which greatly reduced the amount of water that we send to the treatment plant, and that's reflected in our assessment. So good work, and it's saving the town and the ratepayers a lot of money. And at the end, you can see the total difference from last year to this year is 3.17%. And here's a little bit more detail on, the actual costs, for salary, permanent full-time, overtime for emergency work. And then we get into the service contracts, building maintenance, catch basin, disposal, solid waste disposal, which does creep up from year to year. So we're trying to stay up on that. And then, the other services that we need to provide to operate the enterprise fund. And, again, this is just another breakdown of where we're at to get to that 3.17%. And with that, I'm going to actually turn it over to Dave Fox, our financial consultant from Roth Tellis, and he's going to go through a few slides to talk about the rate increase. Dave?
Thanks, Jay. Good evening, everybody. My name is Dave Fox. I'm a vice president with Roth Tellis. Been working with the town now for, maybe 7 years. It's been a while on annual rate setting matters. Roth Tellis is the largest firm in the country, predominantly focused on financial and rate related matters for the utility industry, with a strong emphasis on water and sewer. Some of my colleagues do other things, but that is my core area expertise, and it's what I've spent my entire career on. I'm happy to be able to recommend only a 3.5% rate increase this evening for fiscal year 2026. I think there's a number of reasons why it is only a 3.5, given that a few years ago we were looking at a projection of higher rate increases. Aaron spoke about some of them, some cost saving measures. Jay spoke about some of them of being a little proactive with your capital improvements plans, which a lot of communities don't do. They kind of kick the can down the road. They're not doing necessary renewal and replacement that can actually save them money in the long run. And the town is doing that here, as well as just looking at the water and sewer financial plan on an annual basis. A lot of communities will kind of just set their rates and forget them for a long period of time and get into a really poor financial position, and then need double-digit rate increases. Looking at this financial plan annually, reevaluating, updating with the best information we have today is really allowing for cost-saving measures going forward and for these rates to stay, lower than we had originally projected. Just a bit of context around that 3.5% rate increase. For the last 25 years or so across the country, water rates have increased by approximately 5% every single year for 25 years, and sewer rates have gone up by about 6% every year for about 25 years. So, being well below that and still being in a strong financial position, which we'll see in a few slides, I applaud the town for doing that. We go through a robust financial planning process on an annual basis. Aaron mentioned before that we developed several years ago a non-proprietary financial planning model that allows us to update operating expenses, debt service obligations, the capital improvements plan, again, the renewal and replacement of infrastructure, how we're paying for that either out of grants or low interest loans, no interest loans in some cases, new debt service, principal and interest payments. Allows us to understand how costs are going to change over time. We update that annually based on kind of a recalibration process, understanding where revenues are today, consumption changes frequently, understanding, how revenues are coming in the door and how those costs are going to change over time. The 3.5% rate increases are going to allow us to continue a plan which the town water and sewer fund set forth a few years ago, which is to maintain a healthy reserve fund balance. And I'll get into that on the next slide, which allows for financial viability and health. And again, I think this is one of the reasons that I stated earlier that the town's water and sewer funds are in such a good financial position and only looking at a 3.5% rate increase is because you all look at this annually, update it annually, and make changes as necessary. So I would obviously recommend that you continue doing so. A few things on operating reserves. For those of you who have heard me speak before, this is not going to be new to you. Everybody in this room or listening at home should have a savings account. I wish mine was a little bit higher of the balance than it is, but everybody should have one for kind of that rainy day fund, if you will, things that pop up that we're not planning for. Water and sewer utilities are no different. There's new regulations popping up frequently. Costs can change frequently. Your revenue base can change just based on fluctuations in consumption as your consumption declines. So if you imagine a very cool, wet spring, summer, fall, we're certainly having a wet one of those right now. Consumption can decline accordingly, and having a predominantly volumetric revenue base, that being dependent upon how much water customers use, your revenues can take a decline because of that. Having a reserve fund balance sitting there, allowing you to kind of weather that storm, if you will, whether that be an increased cost or something that you weren't planning for, or a one-time decline in your revenue base, allows you to weather that storm and not have to deviate from this financial plan that we have been working on for several years. One of the questions that I get asked frequently is why is the reserve fund target for the water and sewer higher than the general fund? It's because of that volatility in revenue, that volatility in expenses that come on an enterprise fund that's predominantly volumetric driven, rather than general fund entirely fixed just through taxation, rather than that volumetric volatility that comes on the water and sewer. There we go. Here is just starting in fiscal year 2025 and then going out to 2030. Obviously, we are only recommending rate increases for 2026 this evening, but we like to take a 5-year look at how costs are potentially going to change and make recommendations for the upcoming fiscal year based on the best information we have for that fiscal year, as well as, for subsequent years. Once we get outside that, the crystal ball gets really hazy, but we like to at least plan for the future with the best information we have today, kind of a no surprise approach. In FY26, so July 1 coming up here, the town plans to spend approximately $5.5 million on capital improvements. In prior years, in the prior 2 fiscal years, the town has been able to utilize no interest loans from the MWRA and secured grant funding for about 75% of those projects, which I absolutely applaud the town for. That's something that Aaron mentioned before. It's fantastic for the ratepayers and the residents of the town. We have not assumed that for fiscal year 2026 for the $5.5 million. We assumed a 3.75% interest rate on the debt. But the town and the water and sewer fund is continuing to look at potential grants and no interest or low interest loans to be able to fund that $5.5 million at a lower impact going forward. The last time that the town had a rate increase was this time last year, or right about this time last year, right at that 3.5%. We are where we thought we were going to be this time last year. If we do not have a rate increase going forward in fiscal year 2026 or any of those subsequent years out through 2029, that reserve fund balance, which I just stated all the reasons why you would want to maintain for the water and sewer funds, are going to be completely depleted. Which is an unsustainable financial position. When I first started working with the town had very low reserve funds, and the town worked very hard to try to build those up. We're in a good financial position right now. We just want to maintain that. We don't want to go backwards and get into a position where we need higher rate increases than is necessary to build our financial health back up and that financial viability back up. We want to just maintain where we are rather than just to, have artificially low rates or artificially lower the necessary rate increases by utilizing some of those reserve funds and then just have to do it all over again in a few years from now. I'm going to turn it back over to Jay to talk about some of the capital improvements that were factored into the financial plan of what we're paying for here, and then he'll turn it back over to me to wrap this up. Thanks.
Great. Thanks, Dave. Some of you folks have seen this before in our other presentations, but I just want to make note of the three categories that we have for capital improvements. First one being the wastewater system improvements. That's $3 million. And, again, this is what I was talking about earlier. The work that we're doing to seal in line the sewer system is drastically reducing infiltration and inflow that's coming into the system, which saves us money by not having to send all those extraneous flows to the treatment plant. And, as of, FY24, we were saving, 268,000 in our assessment. This year we're looking at saving $712,000, and looking at some preliminary estimates for FY26, we are creeping up to probably 900,000. So that's good savings. Oops, I jumped ahead. On the water system improvements, that's $2 million. A lot of this, currently we're working on, the lead and copper rule requirements, where we have to document, if there are any lead service lines in the system. And unfortunately for Brookline, through our inventory, we did not find any known sources of lead. We did have, approximately a little over 100 unknowns, which if you don't know what it is, it's presumed to be lead. So we're in a process right now. We actually have a contractor out there that's going to look at those unknowns, and where they reside in the public way, we're actually replacing them and just making sure that they're out of the system. And where they're on the private side, which is from the shut off in the sidewalk into the home, we're working with the homeowners to, find out what that material is, through a survey. And also we're in the process of getting that information through our townwide meter swap. Going forward, we're going to be using the $2 million to continue replacing old pipelines that are in the ground. We're going to prioritize that based on planned roadway work. The last thing we want is to have an old service line pop on a brand new paved road. So we're being proactive to get those old lines out. And typically these old lines actually have lead goosenecks, which under the current regulations, we're not required to do anything with it, but it wouldn't surprise me in a few years that that's going to come into the fold. And they do contain lead. So we're being proactive. We're trying to get all this stuff out of the system. And we got a 5-year plan to put $2 million into this, going forward, to try and get all these old pipes out of the ground and get the lead out. Stormwater improvements, this is 500,000. We're using this to help us, monitor and assess and mitigate, potential for storm damage. As folks have seen, when it rains, especially when it rains really hard, there are places in town that do flood out. So we're trying to get a good understanding of where those areas are and try and find ways to mitigate them. There's also a huge focus on illicit discharge detection and removal to get, bacterial contamination out of the drain. We have a consultant on board now with us, and we plan to continue to use a consultant services to help assist our own town workers to try and locate and remove all these sources of bacterial contamination within the drainage system. And with that, I'm going to turn it back over to Dave.
Thanks, Jay. I'll bring it home now. This is just an output from the financial planning model that we developed for the water and the sewer fund. The bars are the columns going up and down throughout the years. These are your revenue requirements or your costs, your operating expenses. Pay-go there is cash funded capital, existing debt service, new debt service coming on to pay for some of these capital improvements. And the line going across with the diamonds in each year is just your revenue. And so what you can see is that we're just keeping up with the increase in costs over time with those 3.5% rate increases. Obviously, we're only asking for the 3.5% increase for fiscal year 2026 this evening. We are forecasting 3.5% rate increases through 2030. However, we will continue to update this financial plan annually and come back in front of you with an updated plan and recommendations accordingly. You can see our reserve fund balances. We continue to build them up kind of along with our target, which is about 90 days of your total revenue requirements. We drop off slightly in 2029, 2030. It's a very small drop off and something that doesn't give me any heartburn at all. It's not going to allow me to lose any sleep at night, although I lose enough sleep, but I don't need any more. So this gives me a lot of comfort. No heartburn at all. We can always adjust this financial plan as we are updating it annually. Working with the task force, the water and sewer task force, as Aaron mentioned before, we did run an alternative scenario where we only had a 3% rate increase from 2026 through 2030. That kind of is a greater drop off to me in those out years and does start giving me a lot of heartburn, or at least some heartburn. We're starting to trend in the wrong direction rather than a slight dip. That's a pretty big drop off from 27 through 2030. It's starting to get back into the position of where we were when we first started really focusing on the financial health of the water and sewer fund. Between discussions of several meetings with the task force, as well as between Aaron, myself, and Jay, we think that 3.5% is right, at least for 2026, and then we will continue to come back to the select board with future iterations. Apologize in advance that these next few slides are going to get a little repetitive. I'll explain this first slide, and then we can kind of hopefully just breeze through the rest here. This is a slide depicting the combined annual bill, a water and sewer annual bill for different customer types. It's a low usage, single family property with the 3.5% rate increase using about 10 CCF. A CCF is 100 cubic feet, which is approximately 748 gallons, and a 5/8 inch meter, which is the standard or single family residential meter size, single family residential home meter size. What you can see is for fiscal year 2026, this low volume residential customers bill will increase by $28.51 per year. That's a $7.13 per quarter increase, $2.38 per month, or we lost connection.
Oh.
Somehow. You want me to unplug this and plug it back in?
No. 1 second, sorry, I need to message Big.
Can I ask a question while we're?
Sure.
Really helpful information. I'm curious about the savings, the MWR savings, and how the number is escalating so quickly, yet the investment is being spread out so far over time. Why, I'm just curious why. So in FY24, we saved 267,000. In FY25, we 712, and then it escalates to 925. I assume that's because we're lining the system and we're not getting as much infiltration, right?
That's correct.
But we're not lining as quick as the savings. How is that happening?
It's the areas that have been lined, like the historically very wet areas that had a lot of infiltration. So by getting that out, it's just the numbers are just that much higher. Plus the MWA uses like a 3-year average of the reduction. So that's how it rolls into the equation.
Okay. I'm still a little confused, but
So,
I'll take your word for it.
It's a good thing.
so can I follow up just with that? Does that mean that in subsequent years, we can expect roughly the same level of savings between 700 and 900 as the averages sort of fall in? Or will those?
No, that's eventually gonna probably subside or level out once we get the entire system lined and sealed. You know, those numbers will be adjusted. Oh, yeah, sure.
Sort of just another way to look at it is we are a portion of the share of all members of the MWRA. And so our assessment, so when we're looking at the sanitary sewage, the effluent, the treatment, they look at our share. And so when we reduce that amount, our share, then it's analyzed each year against everybody else's. But as ours go down, right? And so that's where we're able to either hold our number or bring it down. And so it changes kind of where we are in comparison to everybody else's share. So that's where we've really been able to see the reductions. And that's also where the three-year average comes into play.
Can I ask one follow-up question?
Sure.
And this is a technical question. So is it metered on the way out, the outflow? So they actually meter?
That's right. It's metered.
Okay, great. Thanks.
We're back. Is there any way to move that bottom panel off the screen?
Yes.
Oh, no.
I shouldn't have asked. I'm sorry. Yeah, I just didn't know if people were watching from home and seeing the same thing.
I don't know if there is a way that I know how to do
Just
meeting.
drag the whole thing up.
Yeah.
Yeah, no matter where you put it, you're gonna get.
The rest of the slides are like that, so that's perfect. Thank you. Again, a low volume residential customer with the 3.5% increase, this is a just under $29 per year increase. So we break that down to the other end of the the most granular end of the spectrum, 8 cents more per day. Again, to continue to just increase the revenue necessary to pay for increase in operating expenses, capital improvements going forward. Let's see. Told you this was going to get repetitive. This is a typical volume or a median volume, single family residential customer. Again, a 3.5% increase. We're not changing any of the rate structure itself. So a 3.5% is the same percentage increase to all customers, no matter what their meter size is or how much water they use. For a typical residential customer using about 18 CCF per quarter, $43 more per year. A little less than $11 more per quarter, $3.60 approximately per month, or a 12-cent per day increase. As you can see, I told you these are going to get repetitive. These are just a typical volume commercial or multifamily account. You can see that the magnitude of the increase in terms of dollars is going up. However, the percentage change is exactly the same at that 3.5%. And this is solely because of just using more water. We were looking at an 18 CCF customer on the prior slide with a typical residential customer. We're looking at a typical commercial or a multifamily property using 40 CCF. Obviously, more consumption is a higher bill given the volumetric component. The more you use, the more you pay, which is fairly industry standard for recovering water and sewer costs. This is typically a 2 to 3 unit property for a multifamily account. Then a high usage commercial, again, 3.5% increase, annual increase of about $2,500, but we're talking about starting with a $71,000 bill, going up to a $73,000 bill, significantly higher magnitude of bills compared to that single family residential customer. But again, because we're not making any structural changes to the rates themselves, bills for no matter what type of customer they are going up by that 3.5%. But just wanted to present this in different ways so you could understand the magnitude here. A bill comparison, again, we, instead of breaking this down for every customer type, we looked at a typical residential customer, single family residential account, 18 CCF per quarter with a 5/8 inch meter or equivalent. If some of these different communities don't have a meter size based fixed charge, you can see there, a typical residential customer in Brookline is currently paying $1,230 per year. That would go up to $1,273 per year. And other than BWSC, it is lower than every other community here, even with that 3.5% increase. And that is not assuming that any of these other communities might have a rate increase for fiscal year 2026. This is based on their most recent published rates. So, comparatively, lower or right in the same range as a lot of these different communities. I actually just was at a community I had a meeting at 3:30 or 3:45 this afternoon for another hearing, my second one of the day. They're not on this list, but I recommended an 8% rate increase for that community. So I just wanted to put that into context. A lot of my clients, they're typically in the 6 to 8% range. I had to recommend a rate increase last year of 35%, which wasn't very fun for me. Somehow I got out of that room unscathed. But again, that 3.5% rate increase, significantly low, significantly below that national average that we've been seeing over the last 25 years across the country. And I think there's a lot of reasons for that I brought up before. So I applaud the town for continuing to work on this annually. With that being said, this is, if you do choose to take a vote tonight, the vote sheet for the water and sewer rate increases, you can see the actual rates themselves here, which aren't very helpful. So I didn't present them earlier in the presentation, wanted to break that down in terms of customer bills, the dollar and cents, that kind of resonates better with people with that 3.5% rate increase. So with that being said, I will leave this up on the screen and entertain any questions or comments that you might have at this time. Thanks for your patience.
David.
So one question I have, in the memo, there's a note that water consumption is actually trending downward in Brookline. And I'm wondering, is that predominantly attributable to these upgrades in our water delivery systems, the wastewater management systems, that we have less extraneous water flow, as one of the slides mentioned? Or is it more a change in consumption habits by consumers? Is it both?
It's your last point. It's typically water conservation efforts. It used to be, 10, 20 years ago, everybody had higher flow toilets. Now most people have low flow toilets, low flow shower heads. So folks are using less water. So that's been the general sort of decline to where we are. Things have kind of leveled off a little bit, but there was, a dramatic shift, over the past 20 years in water conservation efforts.
And that's happening pretty much nationally?
Yeah.
All right. Another question I have, and this might seem like a minor point, but I noticed that credit card service charges, $15,000 spent on that, which is actually more than what we are spending on pest control services at $12,000. I'm wondering, is there a way to reduce that $15,000 in credit card charges? Aren't there other ways to transfer funds that you don't get those fees?
Yeah, that's actually a great question. And it was a couple years back that we were paying more like $80,000 in credit card charges because the Water and Sewer Enterprise Fund was, subsidizing the people that were doing their online transaction. So we actually eliminated that. And now we're just basically paying for the cost of the service to have, that online transaction.
Okay.
Just a quick question about senior discounts or other discounts. It's absent from the presentation, right? Is it in here at all?
It's actually back to
Did I
the
miss
vote.
it?
We are continuing that program.
Oh, it's in here.
Yep.
Okay.
Item 5.
Oh, the very small print. Okay, I'm sorry.
Yeah, there's no change to the program.
Okay, but
it continues.
It's the same. And how many people did we have actually apply for it and get it last year?
Actually, I don't have that information, but I could.
Okay,
could
I
get it
assume
to
it's
you.
still in the single digits.
I would assume it hasn't changed.
Okay.
But we can get you that information if you like.
Okay, I'm sorry, Michael.
A couple of questions. There were recent release of pollutants into the Muddy River. I'm wondering if that impacted the water and sewer budget, and are there contingencies in the budget for that going forward?
That's that $500,000 that we're requesting. That's to help support those efforts.
And the other thing that I wanted to understand, sort of tied to this conservation question, is there any concern in your budgeting going forward that your fixed costs are going to start to overwhelm your direct costs for water and sewer expenses going forward, as people conserve more or flush less?
Yeah, I'll let Dave take this one.
Generally speaking, water and sewer funds, their expenses are predominantly fixed, somewhere in the 80 to 95% range. Their revenue recovery mechanisms, however, are typically the inverse of that,
Right.
where they have a predominantly volumetric revenue stream. We do factor in some conservatism in our financial plan of conservation continuing, per capita consumption going down to reflect that. However, it's never going to get to the point where customers completely stop using water. We think there's probably a point where the reductions that we've been seeing, not only in Brookline, but across the country, plateaus to some degree. I think just like the advent and the implementation of high efficiency fixtures, low flow toilets, low flow shower heads, low flow everything, it's going to catch up at some point and start to plateau. We do look at the volatility in consumption from year to year during this analysis over a 5-year period to understand kind of the worst case scenario of low consumption years, and also taking into consideration just that annual trend that we've been seeing. So I don't think that there's a huge concern of your revenue base completely going away or coming anywhere close to that and not being able to meet your fixed charges or your fixed costs. On the other side of that, and just one more thing to say is, we look frequently at the percentage of revenue you have coming from fixed charges. From my perspective, if I'm wearing I typically wear 2 hats, a rate consultant hat and a financial planning hat. If I'm wearing my financial planning hat, I love fixed charges because they're revenue stable, they're predictable, they're not volatile based on consumption. If I'm wearing my rate consultant hat and thinking about kind of equity or customer impacts, the higher fixed charges are, the more it disproportionately impacts low to typical volume customers. It also just gets away from the equity issue of, you're using or you're paying for what you're using. So there is a cost of service rationale for a customer paying some of its bill through fixed charges, but certainly not in the 90% range. That would be completely inequitable in my opinion. So we're trying to balance that out. But just given the lack of real volatility in consumption and factoring in the conservatism of that consumption going forward, I feel comfortable with the forecast.
Okay, thank you.
The $500,000 you mentioned with respect to discharges into the Muddy River, was that the heating oil discharges or sewer discharges from our system?
That's a sewer discharge. It's bacterial contamination. The heating oil, from what we can gather, was just an isolated incident.
Right. Okay. And what do we? Can you tell me something about what we're doing about the sewer pipes and fixing them so they don't discharge into the Muddy River?
Yep. A lot of that is actually they're direct connections, where typically the ones that we find are, from a property that has a sewer pipe and a drain pipe. And sometimes the fixtures on the inside, like a toilet, was somehow plumbed in to that drain pipe. So as we go through and investigate the system, we have a really good program where we go through the system and we look at key junction manholes. And based on what we see, typically visual, you can tell if there's sewage in the water. It stains the pipe like a light gray. And a lot of times you can smell it. You can actually see toilet paper, and it's pretty distinct and easy to determine if there's an issue upstream. So once we find that, we actually go to the next manhole above that and see if we can try and isolate it within the 2 manholes. And once we do that, we actually have a robotic camera that we can send up the pipe, and we can look at each individual service and determine which one is the suspect one. And then we follow up with a confirmation dye test where we put tablets like in the toilet and flush it, and it will show a color in that drain. So we've confirmed the location, and then we'll work with the homeowner to correct that issue.
How big of a problem is this in Brookline?
It used to be way worse. We've probably spent just millions and millions of dollars since 2005, just with numbers, since I was involved. in the project. We've probably removed like 59 of these connections. And it's, like a couple thousand gallons per day of wastewater that used to be in the drains going to like the Muddy River or Halls Pond or Sawmill Brook, which don't go there anymore. So there's still some that are out there. We just have to constantly go through the motions and do our investigations, because people will do work. Sometimes they'll do unpermitted work, where like I said, they could tie in a toilet to the wrong pipe. So we have to constantly be going out and monitoring the system every year. And that $500,000, part of that money is to support that effort.
Okay, this is a public hearing. Can we open public hearing, Tiffany? Tiffany?
Yes, now that the chair has opened the public hearing, there's no one who signed up in advance. If there's anyone in the room who wishes to speak on the water and sewer rates, please make your presence known, or if online, please raise your hand using the raise the hand feature at this time. Looks like Dick Benka is indicating his desire to speak. Dick, I'm promoting you now, and you can begin your 3 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I'm on the water and sewer rate task force with Jay and a number of other citizens. And I really do want to commend Jay and Raftelis for their very thoughtful approach to rate setting, trying to balance the equity issues with cost incurrence issues. And one thing that I've learned during this process, which I've done for a number of years, is that we as a town do not have much control over the major elements of water and sewer rates. The MWRA is about 2/3 of our charges. Salaries, 10%, debt service, 7%, intra-fund transfers, which are health insurance, legal fees, allocations, finance allocations. Some of the central administration salaries and so forth are allocated to the enterprise fund. Those are really givens. And the task force this past year and in the past has really been looking at the issue of the reserve fund. And that is one lever that we did have and we do have. And as you saw during the presentation, there is a significant difference between a 3.5% increase and a 3% increase in the impact on what that reserve fund would be going forward with what really is a rainy day fund. If there is a very wet year and revenues fall, or if there are unanticipated expenses. But the reality is that the allocation to the reserve fund is only about 1% of the total budget here. It's I think 365,000 out of 34 million. So maintaining that level of security going forward really has a very small impact on ratepayers. And that was something that I think everybody was comfortable with as we looked at the numbers. And I really do want to make that comment. The other real quick question I had is, why are we paying more than Boston? And the answer to that is that Boston has their rates set in a way that really puts a much larger burden on the large commercial properties. And you've seen that play out to some extent in the mayor's efforts with regard to taxes. There is an allocation from homeowners to large commercial properties, and that's what happens. And I thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who wishes to speak on the water and sewer rates at this time? Okay, John Bowman, I'm promoting you now.
Thank you. John Bowman, Precinct 10. I noticed that, and you mentioned in the presentation that in the out years of the 5-year plan, the reserve fund goes from an increase to a decrease. What causes the reserve fund to begin to decrease in the out years.
Do you have any other questions, John, or is that all for your time?
That's all.
Thank you.
Yeah, I can take that question. The reason it decreases is from some of the assumptions that we make on our debt. As Dave mentioned before, we're actually assuming that we're going to be having to pay interest on our debt going forward at that 3.75%. And because we're doing the 5.5 million every year, that just keeps compounding, and that's bringing the numbers down, which in reality and what we've been very, lucky with is our MWRA financial assistance. So as long as we keep continuing to get that money, then that decline won't happen. And we also have time to make adjustments for that. So if we see a couple years from now that that's the trend that we're going to take, then we'll need to look maybe at like a higher percent increase. Or we can actually sort of pause and take a step back maybe on our capital spending. So we do have some measures that we can take if we do start to go into that trend. I don't know, Dave, if you want to add anything to that or.
Just in very simple terms, when you see a drop off in the reserve fund balance, it's indicating that your revenues are not fully meeting your budget in that year or your entirety of your expenses. So everything Jay just said is correct, but in very simple terms, when you see a reduction in the fund balance, it's because you utilize some of that fund balance to make up the revenues not fully matching the budget in that given year.
Okay, is there anyone else that wishes to speak on this item? There are 2 individuals in the room, 31 online, and it looks like no one else is indicating their desire to speak.
Okay, I'll close the hearing, and we have 4 votes to take. Anyone have any questions or comments? Okay, I'd like to, let's see, do I have to read the whole? Yeah, I'll read the whole thing. I move approval of the following quarterly water and sewer rates effective July 1st, 2025. Water rate, single-family residential customers, 3.36 per 100 cubic feet for all use up to 1,800 cubic feet. $8.40 per 100 cubic feet for all use greater than 1,800 cubic feet. All other customers, $6.72 per 100 cubic feet for all use. Sewer rate, $10.06 per 100 cubic feet for all use. Was that read clearly? Okay. All in favor of those rates, please indicate by saying aye. Paul Warren?
Aye.
David Perlman?
Aye.
Michael Rubenstein?
Aye.
Chair votes aye. Next, I move approval of the quarterly base charge based on meter size according to the following schedule effective July 1st, 2025. And I'd like to just refer to the amounts in the materials unless someone objects. Okay. And they'll be posted publicly, so if anyone wants to know. So I move approval of those base charges. All in favor, please indicate by saying aye. Paul Warren?
Aye.
David Perlman?
Aye.
Michael Rubenstein?
Aye.
And chair votes aye. Third, I move approval of the quarterly irrigation rate of $6.72 per 100 cubic feet effective July 1st, 2025. All in favor, please indicate by saying aye. Paul Warren?
Aye.
David Perlman?
Aye.
Michael Rubenstein?
Aye.
Chair votes aye. Fourth, to approve the annual fire service charge of $23.96 per inch diameter squared of fire service pipe size effective July 1st, 2025. All in favor, please indicate by saying aye. Paul Warren?
Aye.
David Perlman?
Aye.
Michael Rubenstein?
Aye.
Chair votes aye. And finally, to continue the senior water and sewer rate discount program in an amount equivalent to 50% of the water and sewer base charge for eligible ratepayers with eligibility for said program determined by eligibility for property tax exemptions allowable under Massachusetts General Laws, Chapter 59, Section 5, Clauses 17D, 41A, 41C, and the Senior Work-Off Tax Program. All in favor, please indicate by saying aye. Paul Warren.
Aye.
David Perlman.
Aye.
Michael Rubenstein.
Aye.
Chair votes aye. And last, which is not a vote, the above votes are set under Massachusetts General Law, Chapter 40, Section 22F. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Next, we're going into some debt. Our finance director or treasurer, Lincoln Heineman.
Yes.
Please introduce the debt you want us to get into.
I will. Thank you, Chair Green. So good evening. My name is Lincoln Heineman. I'm the town's director of finance. As the chair said, I'm here to ask the board's approval for a debt issuance of $106,330,000. Here to help answer any questions that may be appropriate for bond counsel is Brenda McDonough. She's joining us online. She is a partner at Troutman Pepper Locke, which is the town's bond counsel. So as I mentioned, this debt is $106.3 million. The sale took place May 20th. And is now before the board for your approval. The true interest cost over the life of the debt is 4.13% higher, unfortunately, than what the town has experienced at times in the past, but still lower, significantly lower than the current federal funds rate. But I'll get into this a little bit. We've spoken before about the value of the town's AAA bond rating from Moody's, one of the two major rating agencies for debt, and some of the steps that the town's taken in the last year to maintain that AAA rating. The primary pieces of the debt are twofold. In excluded debt, $23.2 million for the continuation of the fire station renovation project, and $74.6 million, which is the largest, most significant so far debt issuance for the reconstruction and renovation of the Pierce School. The other pieces are smaller and were all approved by annual town meeting last year. As I mentioned, the Moody's Investor Service maintain the town's AAA bond rating. Last year, the board members who were here at the time may recall there were 15 Massachusetts Moody's AAA rated municipalities. It's back down to 14. There was a municipality Dover, that briefly gained AAA but lost it within the last year. One important step that I want to come back and mention to the board is again, for the members who were here at the time, you may recall that at your retreat in September, you at the suggestion of Deputy Town Administrator Goff and myself, increased the reserve policies of the town so that So increase the reserve policies of the town so that unreserved fund balance plus stabilization is the goal is to now be at least 20% of revenue, and with a long-term goal of meeting the Massachusetts median for Moody's AAA rated municipalities, which last year was at 32%. But it's actually gone down a little bit. So I want to take a brief opportunity to update the board on how we're doing in relationship to that fiscal, the reserve fund policy change that the board made in September. So we have improved our reserve, our available fund balance ratio, which is what we're measuring here, from last year's debt at 23.1% to 27.1% of prior year net revenue. So that's certainly positive. And we're still below the Massachusetts AAA median. Again, that longer term goal that the board adopted last year. while we're still below that median, the median right now for AAA rated Moody's municipalities is 30.4%. We're closer to it. We're getting closer to it at 27.1%. And the final thing I wanted to mention, but again, certainly Brenda and I are here to answer any questions the board may have. At Chair Green's request, I want to focus in, and Tiffany, if you could pull up that last document that I sent you. I wanted to focus in on one of there are a series of documents that after, if the board approves this debt this evening, there are a series of documents that board members, again, those who were here before know, need to sign to formalize the debt. One of those documents is the signature, no litigation, and official certificate. And again, at Chair Green's request, I wanted to bring your attention in particular to Part F of that. Part F states in part that the select board and the treasurer certify that the maturities of each component of the bonds, in our opinion, are arranged that the amounts payable in the several years for principal and interest combined are as nearly equal as practicable, or are in accordance with the schedule, providing a more rapid amortization of principal. And so that's some gobbledygook, but the reason you're being asked to do that is a section of Massachusetts General Law, Chapter 44, Section 19, that speaks to how debt must be repaid by Massachusetts municipalities. And so so again, it must be level debt service, that is to say, as close as practicable principal and interest payments are the same over the life of the debt, or principal must be paid more quickly, must be increased amortization so that the principal payments across the life of the debt are higher. And so just as a point to show that, in fact, we're meeting this on page 20. Please, sorry.
Thank you. Yep, I wasn't.
Sorry.
Sure what I was pulling.
And explain what this document that you're showing is.
Yeah,
Which we haven't received.
No, you have. Yeah.
I did upload it to the packet just
Oh,
2
I'm sorry.
hours
The
ago.
most recent document.
Is it in the agenda packet or?
It is in the packet now.
Apologies. I'm sorry. Yeah.
Online agenda, what's it called?
Brookline bond result.
I don't mean to be difficult, but when was it put in the agenda packet?
Today,
Okay, this is not a criticism, Lincoln, but it goes in the agenda packet today. It's a complex document with a lot of numbers, and I can read it and understand what it says because I used to be a bond lawyer. But the other board members, it's like Greek, I assume. Maybe other board members are a lot smarter than I was before I became a lawyer, but it's basically useless. And we have to figure out a way of making the documents that we really are saying we have read, understand, and certify useful for us, so that, the risk is probably relatively low, but that doesn't mean that, we should take that risk.
Understood.
So-
And it would be happy to include this document in future future debt issuances. I think one of the reasons we have kept the documents in the past to just the already very lengthy documents that the board must sign for the debt to be valid is just in the interests of being as brief and having as much brevity as possible.
Okay.
But understood. Certainly we'll include this particular document in the future to back up the document that the board is.
And I'm really speaking to bond counsel. Okay.
Okay.
And at some point, I think in the future, it would be useful for bond counsel to present to the board background and detailed information on what we're signing, what our certifications are, and what our risk if we know something that we're certifying is one way and it turns out to be another. Just so that we as lay people have some comfort that we're not signing our lives away or signing away, we don't have personal liability, I don't think, in any of this. But, there is sort of embarrassment liability, And, if we know something that's in the official statement, for example, that is just wrong, and we sign it anyway, we do have some personal liability. So
One thing I do want to be clear, and as I mentioned, Attorney McDonough is online, and I'd encourage her to have some of the answers specifically to your concerns about liability. But just as a quick point of clarification, the official statement itself, you are relying on Hilltop, which is the town's financial advisors, and myself, as your treasurer, to certify that. There's nowhere in the documents where you specifically, the board, are certifying that. Certainly,
and we sign it though.
Not the official statement, no. But not the particular official statement you mentioned. But again, if I could, Brenda, if you'd like to address some of the issues that Chair Green raised, I think that would be welcome.
Brenda, you've been promoted.
While that person's being promoted, Lincoln, you mentioned a page number in the Brookline Bond C results. That I thought you were pointing us to a specific page. Could you reiterate that page again?
Sure. Yeah. So,
page 23?
Sorry, Tiffany, if you don't mind pulling that up.
You could just tell me the number. I have it in front of me.
Sure. On the final document.
Yeah.
It's page 20.
Page 20. Okay.
Yep. And page 20 is demonstrating that. Page 20 is demonstrating that, yes, in fact, the fire station renovation project has level debt service across the life of the debt.
Gotcha.
Just sort of as a point to reiterate what you, the board, one of the things that you, the board, are certifying is, yes, indeed, this is in compliance with that.
Gotcha. Thank you.
You're welcome.
And Brenda is on. Brenda, I believe, unmuted.
Yes, I am. I think I'm here to answer any questions. I appreciate the opportunity to speak to you today. I'm not sure if you have something that you've addressed to Lincoln that you want me to address now, or do you want to just start at the beginning, or what would you like me to address first?
Bernard, did you have a specific question that you wanted to bond counsel?
No, I don't have a specific. I mean, I can give you some specific questions in the documents, but my main concern is that the board has an understanding of what we are signing, what our theoretical risks are in signing and certifying as to certain matters. I don't think that we have much risk, but I'd like bond counsel to assure the board of that.
Sure. So
my word doesn't mean anything.
The board's potential liability is very little. I mean, I can't say it's none because there's always a potential for being sued, but you're acting within the scope of your responsibility as board members when you sign these papers. There's contractual, there's two areas of potential liability: contractual liability, which you would not be ever, really called on to repay the bonds or be sued because the bonds weren't paid. But there are several statutory mechanisms, including, the treasurer's responsibility to pay them from available funds, and there's like a state aid intercept, basically, if the town is not able in the future. So for contractual liability, there's, virtually no liability. Under the securities laws, there's liability for fraudulent disclosure. But again, you are not signing the 10b5 certificate, which is the document that basically says nothing in the official statement has been omitted or is a material misstatement, and nothing, has been left out to make those statements clear. So that is signed by Lincoln. The disclosure is prepared by the financial advisor, along with all the town's officials that provide information through the finance director. And the basic disclosure is explanatory of really the statutes of the state, and has been, is pretty well set, and has been, and we update it as the legal team for any changes in state law. So, I feel that you can rely on, your official to have provided a good disclosure, and Lincoln is going to be signing that personally, that 10B5 certificate, which is I don't think there's a large potential liability here for anyone, certainly not personal liability. Would you like me to go through each document, Bernard?
No, I don't. I mean, what other board members think?
I did provide a letter today to the finance director, which does explain each document in detail. So Lincoln, maybe you want to provide that to the board so that they can understand each document and what it does. It is, it is a 4-page letter that describes what's in each document. So that may be helpful to the board.
Good. Okay. I guess, going forward, those documents should be in our hands ahead of time.
Which document? The letter explaining the items?
I'm sorry.
I'm just, would you like us to send this kind of a letter with each bond issue? Because we're certainly happy to do that.
Yeah, I'm not understanding you very well.
The audio is not a letter explaining what each document is.
Yes. Yeah. And so going forward in the future, that should be in our hands in advance of the day that we sign the documents.
Certainly, we're happy to do that.
Okay. Anything else?
The only other question, I do have one question that's specific. So Lincoln, as we take on this debt and we start paying it back, this will start hitting the tax levy, right?
Yes.
Right.
Indeed.
So this is when we start to see tax bills going up for property owners.
For the excluded debt here.
Right.
So specifically for the second tranche of debt that's being issued for the renovation of the fire.
Pier School,
and
74 million, 73 million.
That's
where
correct.
we're gonna see it creep up. Okay.
That's correct.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Or the debt service on the
That's
debt.
the debt service. Yeah,
Correct.
yeah. Just to help translate.
Not the $100 million.
I know it feels a little torturous, but this is very, very complex stuff. And I do appreciate Bernard's, comments about not only getting the materials ahead of time, but kind of the 101 explanation for what the documents are and what they mean. It would really be helpful. I do appreciate all your explanations. They're very helpful in bond councils, but being able to see that stuff ahead of time.
Sure.
Reading pages of numbers was really hard to kind of go through. So, but I appreciate all you do. Thank you.
Okay. And Michael.
A couple of questions. I just want to make sure, since I'm new to the select board. The first question is the fiscal year 26 debt service costs for this bond. How do they compare with the amounts that were approved for this purpose in the fiscal year 26 budget? Since this was sold and established in May, but that budget, I presume, was established earlier?
Yeah. So within the fiscal year 2026 approved budget, there was slightly more funds appropriated based on the more conservative projections about what the interest rate might be. So there are sufficient funds to meet this.
Do you have any sense of what that gap is?
Yes. So, and Melissa Goff is here to help with that too, but it was at 5%, right, Melissa?
So we will be reconciling in November. Because we need to essentially reduce our revenue number and then reduce the expenditure budget to match it. So that reconciliation will be in the form of a budget amendment in November. And I'm still analyzing all of these numbers against what we have in the budget and just making sure that I think that we might need to make an adjustment to the golf budget, but I think that the reserve will cover the golf budget. But in terms of the debt exclusion, our assumptions were more conservative than the rates that we actually got. So we're covered for those two instances.
So is that going to lead to a generation of extra free cash?
No.
Or
no, essentially It's just a revenue reduction and then the expenditures match. So there's
to
no
match.
impact on the
It
overall
balances. Okay.
picture.
There's no bonus for us, free of
Okay.
cash.
And are there any other further bond offerings expected in fiscal year 26?
Nope, this is that we do it once a year. So this is the kind of the annual issuance that we do.
Well, so next year, which will be
Well, the-
fiscal year 26, we'll do one.
Right.
For that would begin to be paid in fiscal year 2027, but it would
Right.
come before the board in fiscal year 2026, right?
I do have one last question, because you did bring it up. The AAA bond rating, have you estimated what the savings is for us? If you had to, put a round figure on it.
So
Annual.
it's difficult to do. There is absolutely a savings, but I think
Without going out to the market, you wouldn't know, so you can't.
yeah, in large part there is, we do know in a general sense. I always look to see in the last 6 months, all of the AAA rated Massachusetts municipalities, what their issuances are. But there are two primary factors to make it so that it is very difficult to make a direct comparison. And one is the size of an issuance and its duration, its average duration. So in both cases, just because of what these projects are that we're issuing debt for, and that they are larger, and that this particular tranche of debt is larger for Pierce School and the fire station, and because of those projects have a longer duration, as naturally would be the case because the expected life is longer. It really isn't, it's sort of apples and oranges to make a direct
So
comparison.
you can't make comparison.
Unfortunately.
And did you make direct comparisons with AA or single A rated issuances?
Yeah, absolutely. So we are absolutely seeing a savings on that. But what I guess my point is, it's hard to specifically quantify it. So we can see that there's savings, but
I want a number. He can't give a number.
Yeah, the comps aren't quite that close.
but there's no, there's no debt issuance in the last year that I could find that is of our 14.258 year duration and our exact $106.3 million size. So it's difficult.
Yeah. Okay.
But there's no doubt there's significant savings.
Okay, any other questions from the select board? Seeing none, then I move approval and authorization for $106,330,000 in general obligation bonds of the town, bonds of the town to be awarded to Morgan Stanley Co. LLC. That what you need?
May I suggest, Chair Green, if you specify that the motion is as printed in the packet.
Okay, so bonds as printed in the packet.
Right. The
Okay.
motion is taking the form of what's in the packet. Yes, please.
Good. Okay, all in favor, please indicate by saying aye. Paul Warren.
Aye.
David Perlman.
Aye.
Michael Rubenstein.
Aye.
And chair votes aye. Thank you.
You could actually call on Michael Sandman too, if you wanted. He's over.
Oh. Anyway, okay.
So
now we go and sign documents.
Yes, and just these documents do need to get back
After
to
the
bond
meeting.
council within a day or two. So if the board members could please make sure you sign the documents that are in the folder out there before you go, that would be helpful. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, good.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Brenda.
Okay. Next, it's Lincoln Heineman again.
Indeed.
Pilot agreement with Boston University. Looks very interesting.
Yes. So, joining me online to help answer any questions there may be are Cecilia Nardi, who's the Director of Governmental Affairs for Boston University, and Lindsay Newell, who's the Associate Vice President for Real Estate at Boston University, and also Ted Costigan, who's our Chief Assessor, who was very helpful in helping to negotiate this new agreement. So as I mentioned in my memo to the board, in our memo to the board, the town, have had a payment in lieu of taxes pilot agreement with Boston University since 2010. And so what this agreement, Boston University, like other nonprofit tax exempt entities in town owns both taxable real estate and tax exempt real estate, and that tax exempt real estate is tax exempt because it's being used towards the nonprofit purpose of the university, the educational purpose. So to be clear, all of the taxable property is taxed, and and Boston University pays those bills in a regular fashion in the same way that any other taxpayer would be expected to do. The portion that this agreement governs is the portions of real estate in town that Boston University has no obligation to pay any taxes on, and that they have voluntarily agreed to with the town to pay a payment in lieu of taxes on an annual basis. That payment in fiscal year 2025 is $1,222,000. That represents 58.8% of the total pilot payments received by the town. So it is by far the largest player in our payment in lieu of taxes universe. The agreement lasts for 5 years before it is renewed each year. Chief Assessor Costigan and myself have met several times with the Boston University folks to talk about a renewed agreement for the fiscal years 2026 until 2030. So the only substantive change in the agreement is a change that the town sought. That there is a provision, Section 4 of the agreement, of the existing agreement and the new proposed agreement, that allows for the university to have in-kind contributions to community services in lieu of a cash payment. The university has never chosen to actually use that in-kind contribution. They have paid their the financial obligation under the agreement in full. So they have not chosen to make this payment in kind. But we felt, Ted and I, that especially in the financial situation, the budgetary situation that the town is in, that it would be helpful to have certainty that the size of the in-kind contribution would be limited in some way. And so it was requested, and the university agreed that the in-kind contribution as a percent of the total financial obligation under the pilot agreement is no more than 10% of that total financial obligation. So there is no real world effect on Boston University, but it nevertheless, nor the town, but it nevertheless allows the town to have increased certainty regarding what the future payments will be from Boston University. And I might add, sets, what I think is a positive, is a positive example to other nonprofit entities that we are either seeking to have a pilot agreement with or have a current pilot agreement with that will need to be renewed in the coming years. So that is the outline of the proposed change. Again, I want to mention Chief Assessor Ted Costigan was very instrumental in getting this proposed agreement done, and I want to thank him very much for that, and also thank the Boston University folks who were very helpful in coming to a proposed new agreement with Boston University. So, as I said, happy to answer any questions or from the board.
Are there any? Oh, I can always rely on.
Yeah, I'm sorry. And Lincoln, I called you because I was a little confused, and I may still be confused. I'm easily confused. Could you, Tiffany, put up the spreadsheet, BU pilot worksheet? Just trying to get my head around how all these numbers and columns work together.
Worksheet.
It's a page 4, I believe, in the first
PDF, that thing there. Yeah.
Or excuse me, it's labeled Appendix A.
Yeah.
Excuse me.
She is on her screen. And if you'll bear with me, Bernard, I'll explain my question once it comes up. There you go. Yeah, you don't need to see me. We need to see the spreadsheet. So if the lower right-hand corner of this spreadsheet is the 1.2 million, 212, right, which is the pilot agreement.
Right.
And that's the furthest column labeled FY25 pilot. And then there's a total taxable value, which I'm confused by. I called you about the single families at 85 Ivy Street at the top of and then on the right-hand side, it says there's no pilot payment. So
Right.
I'm just confused about what, are those not included? I thought you said they're paid.
So anything in the column labeled FY25 tax percentage, anything labeled 100%.
Yep.
That is fully taxable and BU pays full taxes on it.
So it's not part of the.
So it is not part of the pilot.
Okay.
It is in this sheet for full information.
Aha.
And to be clear, and also to demonstrate, because the agreement that the pilot amounts are based on an imputed tax amount. And that is a formula that happy to get into, but you probably don't fully want to get into.
No, thank you.
That, right. So, but that is the basis on which the pilot payment is based. And that basis, that imputed tax amount is dependent on what the taxable values are for the property that is taxed in full. And so they are on the sheet to show to everyone fully and clearly how the pilot agreements, how the pilot payments are reached, and also to show a full picture of what BU's property.
It's really, I live in this neighborhood. By the way, for the BU representative, they do a beautiful job maintaining the property, so it's greatly appreciated. So the reason why the single family homes are assessed and paid for the full value, 100% FY25 tax, is that because it's not an academic use? It's housing. I'm just curious. Is it, are they paying it out of the goodwill of their heart, or because there's
no? So it's because of the law.
Because of
says that it is taxable. And if there's anything Ted wants to add that I'm missing, I welcome his input.
Okay. So dormitories are academic use because it's for students.
Because it's that's my understanding, is that's for students, whereas faculty and staff and vice president's residences, because they're not being used directly for the educational purpose,
I got you.
are taxable.
Okay, really helpful. Thank you so much.
Okay, anything else? No? Anything else you want to add, Lincoln?
No. Thanks for your
so I-
consideration.
I just want to thank Lincoln, Ed, and the BU team for getting this together. It really is especially in these difficult economic times, to have a deal like this is really critical. So thank you to BU, and thank you, Lincoln, to you and Ted.
Thank you.
Yes, BU is a very, very good neighbor to Brookline in many, many ways, and this is just one of them. So
Thank you.
So I move approval of the payment in lieu of taxes agreement agreed between the town of Brookline and Boston University. All in favor, please indicate by saying aye. Paul Warren.
Aye.
David Perlman.
Aye.
Michael Rubenstein.
Aye.
Chair votes aye. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Next. Mission Massachusetts, Inc. Discussion and possible vote on the recommendation of Judge John Kratzley, retired, as to Mission MA's cannabis retailer's license. So who do we have presenting on this?
I'm happy to start off. And I note that Missions Council is here, and Jonathan Simpson is here from Town Council's office. So as you might remember, Mission sent us a letter saying that they were ceasing operations. We took that letter to mean that they were ceasing operations and surrendering their license. They later corrected us and said they were not surrendering their license. And then we issued them a notice of violation saying, well, you can't just cease operations. That's not what your host community agreement says. Concurrently, however, we did make initial representations to the public that there was the license available. That turned out not to be the case, because Mission did not intend to, informed us they did not intend to surrender that license. There was some back and forth as to what was the appropriate remedy here. And ultimately you agreed to submit this matter to mediation in front of a neutral party, which the parties agreed upon, which is a retired local judge. That judge issued his recommendation that is in your packet. It says that there's, potential fault on both sides. And I'll let Jonathan kind of talk about what the proposed remedies are.
Thank you, Chaz. So the remedies are not something that Judge Kratzley was specifically asked to opine on. The main thrust of the hearing that we ended up having before him was, what discretion are you left given what had come before? And ultimately, he ruled that your discretion in this matter is what I would characterize the board's position had always been, which is that it is the licensing authority here. It has the authority to hear any requests from Mission and then act on them accordingly, despite what has come before. There is no Judge Kratzley's recommendation, which I would recommend you vote to adopt today, did not see any barrier to your doing so, though Chaz noted that he did note factually there was I guess error on both sides. Ultimately, your regulatory role and the fact that the town did work to cure any errors that it made in sort of assuming excessively that the license had been surrendered. That now at this point we're sort of back to where we were, which is that Mission has a license that it has that it has pursuant to the terms of both the town's bylaw as well as its host community agreement, and its decision to cease operations potentially puts it in violation of some of the terms of those of the host community agreement as well as the bylaw. But it is up to the board to decide what it wants to do. And we have received a letter. I'll let counsel for the retailer speak on that in a moment, but just we have received a letter where the retailer is essentially asked to make a presentation at a later meeting about what it actually wants to do at this point. At one point about a month ago, it said it believed it had a buyer for the license. I do not know if that's still the case. We have, but so circumstances change. That's not a crazy situation. Specifically today, however, we believe we'd like to have the board vote to adopt the recommendation and close the chapter of sort of the back and forth about what can the board appropriately do, and then at a future meeting, if that's what's the board's preference, to then actually then take up what Mission is requesting and then ultimately determine what remedy for the previous violations it wishes to apply. I think that it would be best to hear from the counsel for the applicant, if that's all right with you all at this point.
Yes, but it's still not clear to me what the recommendation is saying we should do.
So as I understand it, right, the retired, and we will let Mission speak on it as well. The judge was asked, what's the authority you have here? And the judge said, you are the licensing authority. You have the ability to, hold a hearing and issue a penalty as you see appropriate. The judge went on to say, in his opinion, with that said, because of how this all panned out, it would seem to me, speaking for myself as a judge, that it would be excessive and probably a bad idea to take away Mission's license as a result of this. So, my thought on this is, given all of that, if you agree with that, basic analysis the judge put together, that you adopt this recommendation and that we then hold the hearing as requested, the hearing that we had anticipated on the violation at a later date, you issue, Mission tells you what it wants to do with the license. And perhaps you say something along the lines of, given what Mission intends to do with the license and everything that's come before, we're not issuing any, a formal punishment here or any, we're just allowing you to transfer the license or whatever it is that Mission wants to do with it.
Okay, so the recommendation is, number one, we acknowledge our error And number two, we not void their license.
Well, I think I think it's not necessarily an acknowledgement of error. It is ultimately.
That's what he says.
Well, he says, part of the error on both sides of the part. I think we say, right, like, I think we in the town side and the staff side would say, given where we are, given the position of the licensee, it would make sense for you, the board, to allow them to transfer the license, allow them to transfer the license.
So tonight,
Yeah.
the only thing that we're being asked to do is to consider this report
Correct.
and recommendation.
Correct.
Whether the license remains and gets transferred by Mission or we take it back is going to be determined at the public hearing at a later date.
Correct. And
Right.
Mission is requesting that be scheduled, that you give them until June 30th to submit a request for what they want to do with the license. and
Okay.
You then hold that hearing sometime
Okay.
in July.
Okay.
Okay, we should hit, I'm sorry, Michael?
Yeah, so I just want to be really crystal clear.
Sorry, Michael, can you speak into the mic?
Oh, sorry. I just want to be really crystal clear on what Paul said. Are we taking a vote to accept this recommendation to acknowledge that it was delivered to us? And are we also voting to follow this recommendation in terms of what the recommendation says? And are those two separate things?
I think we were
If I-
voting, I think so go ahead, Jonathan.
Sorry, if I may, I would at this point say you would be voting to adopt the finding of the judge, which is that you as the local licensing authority still have the discretion to act on the license as you see fit. You are not adopting his recommendation. That was actually outside of the scope of what we had asked him to do. We do appreciate it. We think there's value there, but I would not say at this point you are voting to adopt his recommendation, specifically the recommendations section of his opinion.
David?
Okay.
I think the other reason we cannot jump to adopting the recommendations is we haven't had the hearing.
That's right.
And we don't know what might come up in the hearing. We don't even necessarily know what specifically Mission would be requesting. So I think the idea that from the judge is trying to convey is that the next step will be to have a hearing, hear Mission out, invite public comment, of course, and that as long as the request is reasonable, that he would not perceive a board declining transfer of a license.
Okay.
So, yeah.
But my understanding of the question of whether or not we hold a hearing is that is a recommendation of the judge and not part of the finding.
So,
I mean,
Yeah.
we could do that. We probably will do that, but that's not what we're voting.
I have a
Correct.
simpler, just a simpler way of thinking about this. I don't think we need to vote on anything tonight. We outsource this essentially to a judge to hold a hearing, right, with the parties and come back and give us a report. I mean, we should receive the report, thank you, and consider what the report says. This really only matters when we're going to hold the public hearing with or without agreeing with these findings, right? We're going to hold a public hearing.
Jonathan, what's your view on that?
Again, I would very much like to hear from the Retailers Council. This is
Okay, let's hear
situation
from
could
them.
have changed. I don't even know what exactly they want. So I would be very hesitant to vote on something, to give them something that they might not even need anymore.
Okay, so let's hear from the Council for Mission.
Brianna Adet, I've promoted you.
Hi, good evening. Can everybody hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Great. My name is Brianna Adet. I'm an attorney at Lawson and Whiteson, and I, together with attorney Jeffrey Allen, represent Mission. So we came here tonight with the understanding that we were requesting that the select board adopt the findings and recommendations set forth in Judge Kratzley's May 12th report. We had sent a letter, attorney Allen sent a letter yesterday recommending that the select board allow Mission to take some action with respect to the license by June 30th and hearing be set potentially July 1st to determine what actions and how to move forward with respect to Mission's license. I do want to make sure that it's very clear in the record, Judge Kratzley's recommendation, specifically the second recommendation on the last substantive page on his report. I just want to make it very clear that Judge Kratzley did recommend that the town administrator and select board acknowledge their error in accepting the surrender of Mission MA's license and telling the world of its availability to others. He further states that this mistake merits consideration to Mission MA when the board exercises its discretion to determine the nature of the remedy, if any, to be imposed following the hearing. To me, voiding Mission MA's license and or failing to fairly consider their transfer request would be out of proportion, considering the mutual errors that occurred. I just want to make it clear that Judge Kratzley did find that mutual errors on both sides, Mission and on the part of the town, did commit errors with respect to the situation in August with them ceasing sales and the subsequent hearings and vote to revoke the license after that. I did hear a couple of questions about what options Mission may be taking with respect to the license. And I don't want to unintentionally misrepresent anything to the board. It's my understanding that this is a very fluid situation, so I cannot tell you tonight with any certainty what particular action Mission may take with respect to its license. That's why we have asked for this minimal 3-week period to take some action with the license and go back before the board on July 1st. I understand that response may not be ideal. I would love to come to you with an exact plan of what would happen with the license, but I can say with confidence today that Mission is prepared to take some action with respect to its license by June 30th. So we would request that the select board adopt the findings and recommendations set forth in Judge Kratzley's May 12th report and set a hearing for July 1st or sometime thereafter to revisit this issue. Whether or not a vote takes place today to adopt the findings and recommendations set forth in Judge Kratzley's report, I don't know if we have necessarily an opinion either way. I think we could just as well address it at a hearing in July.
Hey, Jonathan? What do you think?
I do want to I want to know what Attorney Adet ended with, and I've definitely heard from Paul and others today even that, you know, why do we even necessarily need to take a vote today? I think that's a fair way to approach this. You have the judge's findings. You are not bound by his recommendation. That's just, you know, he said, you know, if he feels something warrants consideration, I'm sure you will consider it. You're considering it right now. So again, I don't know that a vote is absolutely necessary right now. My advice, my counsel would be to, once you have that, whatever Mission is proposing to do, it may well inform what then you feel the appropriate remedy would be. I'm just speculating. I don't believe this is the case, but you know, if they were going to continue operations as Mission, it might warrant a different remedy than if they were about to transfer the license, and the more punitive measures would not be appropriate if the license was about to change hands and there'd be a new license holder who had no part in any of the mutual error. So I would simply say that we've gone. You have the hearing. We're here to answer questions. And if you don't feel like a vote is appropriate here, I would certainly support that.
Well, I'd like to suggest that we not vote. I mean,
I do have another question.
Okay.
Jonathan, just to be clear, this license transferable, it stays with the location, correct? This license is tied to the location?
It is not tied to the location. However, it is in order to switch locations, they would need to go through another process. In addition, the license, there is a special permit. Brookline requires a special permit to operate a marijuana retailer, and that is location specific. So effectively, there is a significant barrier to relocating this license. Because
so that's so part of the thing that I'd like to hear from Mission and their counsel, ideally on the 1st or whenever they're going to come back, is what their plans are. I was always under the assumption they were looking for someone to transfer the license to for that location. They had an equity applicant. That equity applicant, they couldn't work out, the details of how to make that work. I think with the owner of the building, of the location. And so that fell through, but they were looking for another operator that would be able to, maybe it wouldn't be an equity applicant, but someone that could operate in that location. So I've always been in the assumption that that license is tied to that location. That license is not tied to that location. It's just go into the general, process. My view is maybe that's what the select board should be doing, is the allocation of a different location versus letting Mission decide that.
Right.
Yeah.
Which is why we need information from Mission
Right.
before we take a vote.
Right. Yeah.
Which
We're not voting.
They're not ready to give us yet.
Yeah.
Right.
Brianna Audette has requested to be promoted again, saying that the board needs to consider an issue with the date that the Mission license was renewed. Would you like me to promote her again?
Yeah.
Yep. You've been promoted.
Hi, my apologies. I did just want to raise an issue. I looked back at the January hearing where Mission's license was up for annual renewal. And I don't have the meeting minutes in front of me, but I do have notes that say that Mission's license was renewed through 2 weeks following the board's initial consideration of Judge Kratzley's report. I believe you may disagree, but that would be tonight. So I would just ask that that license be extended to the date following whatever date the board is going to schedule to revisit this matter.
That does require a vote.
Well, I would argue that that we haven't considered the report yet. I think we should just receive it. And when we're going to consider the report is in the context of whatever proposal you come with. And the 2 weeks would start on the date of the hearing.
I think she's saying that to maintain the status quo, we have to extend the license for another period of time. Is that
When 2 weeks, she says, what she said is that the license is valid 2 weeks after we consider and deliberate on the report. I would say that we're going to formally do that when we hold the public hearing with them.
Could we get counsel's opinion on that question?
I was about to ask. I just got a text from Joe Callahan saying that he recommends taking a vote tonight for the avoidance of doubt, to extend it past the next time you take this site.
Okay.
okay? So taking a vote both to accept the report.
Yep. And
to extend the license.
Accordingly, extend Mission's license to say 2 weeks after it next comes to the board for consideration.
Okay. Can I ask Mission's attorney I'm sorry, David?
I have a lot of concerns about the precise wording around accepting the report because it includes a mix of recommendations, some of which even the judge is saying are not being imposed. I'm hearing Paul suggest accept receiving the report.
Accept receipt.
I think that would be fine.
Yep.
Yeah, accept receipt.
I guess the other question is to resolve the question of whether or not we have considered the report.
Well, I think by voting to extend the license, that solves your problem there, because the mission is at Paul's concern was what is consider the report mean? If you vote here to extend the license out to 2 weeks after you next take up this matter, that solves the issue of whether or not you've considered the report, because that was the prior language. If you vote new language, extending the license out, you don't need to worry about that older language.
Okay.
I see town council in the back of the room. You want to add your 2 cents?
Good evening, Joe Callanan. I was just in my office. I will only add my 2 cents if you have a particular question. Jonathan's been handling this mostly, but I'm happy to answer any questions if you have them.
Okay, so you're suggesting that we accept receipt of the report and extend the license to 2 weeks after our next meeting where we take up this.
So the report was in lieu of that hearing that we had scheduled October, November, January. So I wouldn't think you need another public hearing. That's what Judge Crassley was hired to do. We did not include in the scope of Judge Crassley's responsibility for him to decide what the remedy is or the sanction if he finds a violation. So he has found that you have the authority to find them in violation of your, the operative documents, the host community agreement, or bylaws. He included his personal opinion. He's entitled to do that. He's a retired judge, but you're not bound by his recommendations. You're not even bound by the finding that we were able to, sanction them for non-compliance with their host community agreement. You could say, Judge Crassley, held the hearing and we don't find a violation. He did. So now what's the next step? If they're found in violation, what is the remedy? You could vacate their license and take it away. You could suspend their license for a limited period of time, 2 weeks, 2 months, 2 days. Or you could find, all right, you violated your host community agreement, but we're not going to sanction you at all. Think of the other licensing enforcement actions that you've taken. We had a Sunset Cantina for overcrowding. We sanctioned them for non-compliance with their operative documents. That's essentially what the model is we're trying to follow here. But in Sunset Cantina's example, you were the hearing officer. You heard all the evidence. We delegated to Judge Crassley that responsibility, and he's issued his decision. His decision is a recommendation on the violation with nothing to say about the sanction. That's up to you.
Michael.
Can you suggested that we take a vote tonight, I believe. And if you did so suggest that, can you give us the motion that you think we should vote on?
Sure. So, admissions attorney was correct. When this was a separate process, other than their license revocation, that when they came up for renewal, because we had originally started the license revocation in calendar year 24, January rolls around, their license is up. So what do we do for their license in January? It's before Judge Crassley. So we voted, we had a motion before you and you voted to say their license for 25 is in effect until 2 weeks after you decide Judge Crassley's, recommendation. So this is 2 weeks. You're considering it, but you haven't decided. So if you don't want to decide
Joe, sorry.
Yes, please interrupt me.
Apologies, but the minutes say the vote was 2 weeks following the board's initial consideration of the hearing officer's report.
Okay. All right. So if you want to continue your consideration, you can now take a vote to continue your consideration of Judge Crassley's recommendation and to continue the temporary license until that time that you're concluded your, what's the verb? Consideration, initial consideration of, your subsequent consideration of Judge Crassley's recommendation.
Okay, so Michael asked for some language that we can vote on.
I understand, but Jonathan needs to remind me what the verb was. Until 2 weeks.
I would say vote to extend the license for 2 weeks following the conclusion of the board's consideration of the hearing officer's report.
Correct. That allows the temporary license to remain in place. It allows you more time to consider the appropriate sanction and consider Judge Crassley's finding.
Okay, so we don't have to accept that report.
No.
Okay. Okay, so I move that we extend the license for Mission MA, Inc. For 2 weeks after the conclusion of the select board's consideration of the hearing officer's report. That good?
Sounds good to me. Jonathan?
Okay.
Jonathan gives
Yep,
his thumbs
thumbs up.
up too. So you
That's
got
good
2
enough for
votes.
me then.
Yes.
Okay, 2 votes?
2 votes that is good from the 2 lawyers.
Oh,
We say it's good.
okay, right.
One vote.
Yeah, we only have
One
3.
motion.
Okay, so all in favor, please indicate by saying aye. Paul, Warren,
Aye.
David Perlman,
Aye.
Michael, Rubenstein,
Aye.
and chair votes aye. Okay, that's it?
Thank you very much.
Mission. Okay, thank you. Let us take a break. 5-minute break. Is that good enough?
To come back at 9:35?
Yep. Comprehensive Emergency Management Plan of the town of Brookline. And with respect to this plan, which is like 77 or so pages long and
78.
78, okay. Not a particularly complex document, but I think it does require a little more thought than we can give it if we vote tonight. So unless that's a problem, I'd like to vote next week or next meeting on this for two reasons. Number one, to give us more time to digest it, but more importantly, to give residents an opportunity to sort of crowd analyze the plan, provide us with their comments. And I think this is particularly important because of all the changes that are happening at the federal level. And, you know, are there things that we need to be aware of before we finalize something like this? For example, we mentioned in the plan the Homeland Security Presidential Directive, which is 2003, and which could be changed. So I think we just need to make sure that we're monitoring things like that to see if it impacts, you know, this plan in any way down the road. Yes.
And then just some other details I noticed reading through. Just want to double check certain factual information. So, for example, the list of streets in town where transportation of hazards take place. I noticed that Hammond Pond Parkway wasn't listed. I assume that that's a major.
Why don't we, I mean, I want, so online or the emergency management team, I want to have them.
Cheryl Snyder.
Are they giving a presentation or something, or what's the?
Yeah, we're gonna have, I assume we're gonna have a presentation.
A brief,
right?
yeah.
Okay, great.
And then have to answer these questions. Yep.
Cheryl, you've been promoted.
Good evening, Cheryl Snyder, Deputy Director of Emergency Management. Tonight, what you see before you is the base plan for the Comprehensive Emergency Management Plan. This base plan is just the framework and the foundational document to describe how the town of Brookline will manage large-scale emergencies. The format is based on a template from MEMA with some modifications, and many of the details are derived from the previous Brookline SEMP, which was written over 15 years ago, with some revisions based on our current organization. I know that one of you just mentioned the changes happening in Washington in terms of FEMA and what will become of FEMA and what changes might be in the making. We talked about those changes quite a bit while we were working on that over the last few months. And frankly, we don't have new guidance yet to replace the older guidance. So the authorities that are listed in the back of this base plan are still currently in effect. Whether changes will be made to many of those authorities is yet to be seen. Sometimes there are discussions of doing away with FEMA completely, in which case the role of emergency management would be focused on locals and states working on their own. But that decision has not been made yet, and we still need to have a comprehensive plan. This is a living document, so we anticipate that it will be changed in the future as we evaluate it after both trainings and exercises, as well as real world events. So I can talk more about it. It sounds like you would like some more time to digest it, but if there are any questions that I can help answer right now, I'm happy to do so.
Thank you. Any questions from the board? I mean, despite the fact that I think we need to digest it a little more and hear from the community, I thought it was a very well-written plan. Not overly complicated, and it covered a lot of stuff. Yeah.
Yes, it's basically a framework. It focuses on collaboration and establishing the key concepts for managing an emergency. There will be a number of annexes that will be written, and some of them are already being drafted, that will speak specifically to roles and responsibilities for functional activities, emergency activities that may be necessary to respond to a significant event. So things like emergency public communications, damage assessment, mass care, evacuation, things of that nature will be more detailed. This base plan is the foundation document. It's the plan that lays down all of the roles and responsibilities, but also the methods that we will use to organize cross-departmentally in case of a major emergency.
Great. Any other discussion?
Just
Paul.
one point, page 6. It looks like just the chair and vice chair will be signing.
There are, FEMA gives us a sort of strange template. There are several places to sign, but yeah, they have the chair and vice chair on here. I'm happy to add all of the select board.
I'm not necessarily, I just wanted to make sure you got John Van Scoy listed as vice chair.
Yes,
Yeah,
I
that-
have to make
that's
that
fine.
change.
Yeah, and no offense, but vice chair doesn't mean anything. Okay. So I think it'd be useful to put all the select board members on it.
Sure.
Don't take
Although you,
by the way.
and you can use it in any way you want.
No, you can't get out of a traffic stop with it.
Yeah, not even the chair can do that. Okay, yes.
I just have a question. Since you mentioned the need for public digestion and sort of crowdsourcing, are there?
I didn't mean a
are there-
hearing, by the way.
I'm sorry.
I didn't mean a hearing.
No, I know you didn't mean a hearing, but some sort of opportunity for feedback. I'm just wondering if either you or the emergency management folks who crafted this have any sort of vision of the form of that feedback.
I mean, we always get feedback from things like this. And I guess, we should maybe put it on our website.
It's up there, yeah.
But people
Maybe
are gonna.
post it on the TMMA listserv.
Yeah.
So that
Okay.
those folks-
Yeah. I would just say that on this one in particular, there's emergency management is very precise in terms of the language used and the materials there. So what we don't want on this one is line edits. So I don't want people to get the idea that it's not you. There are plenty of people out there who might consider that. I just want to be sure when we're asking for feedback, it's feedback like what David said, which is, hey, what about the, I saw this street isn't on there. Can you explain why? Or, can you tell me a little more about this procedure? The specifics about how we comply with the FEMA requirements, terms of art of FEMA and, emergency management more generally it's stuff that we don't want to meddle in the works of.
I would like to make a request.
Okay.
So tonight is policy heavy and dense. So it's almost too much, right? We've got the tree preservation, we've got boards and commission council handbook. There's been a lot of very thick, dense documents. So more time would be great to give feedback and spread these things out a little bit. So.
Okay.
You're here.
Okay, unless there's any other discussion, we'll move on to Vision Zero. Thank you, Ms. Snyder.
Thank you. Have a great night.
Okay, you too. Okay. Amy Inglis is our transportation person,
Yep.
director, or whatever your title is.
Transportation administrator. I think there might be a name
Administrator,
change
okay.
coming, but yeah, that's what we're calling it now. Thank you. Again, just for the record, Amy Ingalls, transportation administrator. I just have a short presentation about the Vision Zero action plan. Just a quick overview of that, since some of you guys have seen that before, and then kind of get straight to the resolution, which is really the thing we're talking about tonight.
Sorry, give me just a second, Amy.
Yeah, no problem.
We'll advance it for you.
Perfect. All right. Just a quick outline of what we're going to go through. Like I said, kind of stepping through the plan, just really high level since you've seen it before, and then moving on to the Vision Zero commitment and some of our next steps. Next, please. So the safe system approach is really what drives the Vision Zero concept. It basically looks at all the different factors involved in road safety. So that's the users themselves, the design of the street, the responders that come when there is an incident. All these types of things lead to work together to make a safe street. And so it kind of uses that as an approach. Next. Excuse me, another kind of foundational element is is looking at speeds as one of the main reasons that crashes can become fatal or pretty serious injuries. So at about 30 miles per hour, a lot of people really think that's very fast, but you have almost a 50-50 shot of being injured or there being a death if you're traveling at 30 miles per hour. Next. This is just kind of just showing the flow of how we use the safe systems approach and how we developed the Vision Zero action plan. So we have the plan that we finished up now. We're running on the commitment tonight, hopefully. And then we will be implementing the plan. And then of course, there are specific recommendations in the plan, but we will, be working with the community on each of those recommendations as we implement them. So it's not all set in stone in the plan. There's plenty of engagement to be done as we implement. And then we will, be looking at what we've done, doing some measurements and, just making sure that what we're doing is having the intended effect and trying to figure out what has the best effect. Next. So we had a lot of public engagement on this plan. That was kind of the start of things, just to get people's experiences. Our excellent consultant team at Tool Design did a safety analysis involving looking at crashes for a long period all over the city, all over the town, excuse me. And also did a risk-based analysis that looked at all the streets and looked at characteristics of the streets that we know just from data in general can lead to serious crashes. So just in case, there are streets out there that might not have, for example, a lot of biking and walking on them for one reason or another, but that would be dangerous if there were people walking and biking. So it might not have the crash history, but the risk is there, basically. Go ahead. Just a quick shout out to the Vision Zero committee. The chair is here, Mike Sandman. Thank you so much to this committee. They've been really helpful to us in producing the plan, and also they developed the resolution that you all will be putting on tonight, hopefully. So again, we had a very extensive public engagement process. A lot of it was kind of open-ended questions like what makes you feel safe, what doesn't. You have seen an example of that here. You can go on to the next one. And we also did an online map survey that had some kind of more directed questions about with multiple choices and things like that. We did focus a couple of the questions specific to a certain mode. So this is a pedestrian mode. Go ahead and turn next. Also a bicyclist question. We did ask, driving questions too, but we asked a few more of the kind of vulnerable road user questions just because they are more vulnerable on the street and are more subject to injury.
I'm sorry, you said you did ask questions of automobile drivers?
We did, yeah. I think there was one actually just pretty much like this, like what makes you feel unsafe driving in this intersection or something like that.
And the issue for car drivers is, what about an intersection that causes you to take a risk? I mean, there are a lot in this town where because of the timing of the lights, people will speed up in order to avoid getting hit with multiple red lights.
Right.
So I thought that was a glaring omission in the materials. that I
Okay.
read.
Yeah, I don't know that there's a ton of data on that specific thing, but
Well,
one of the
if you ask
recommendations.
people, they'll tell you where those lights are.
Yeah. But just, I mean, in general, one of the recommendations from the strategy section is to create a traffic signal policy. And I think that would be something we would look at with the traffic signal policy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
David?
Just following up on what the chair was just saying, I see that we have a slide for, as a bicyclist, what are the concerns? As a pedestrian, what are the concerns? You're saying that automobile drivers were asked similar questions. I think it might be helpful to have a slide on what they said, and possibly also talk to, I guess the category would be building occupants. So sort of people who are inside buildings can actually be impacted by accidents too. It doesn't happen a lot, but every now and then a car unfortunately will drive into a store or into a home.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
And so perhaps asking people from that perspective.
Perhaps. I mean, we're done with the survey and stuff in this project, but you know, as we're doing more public engagement and focusing on the actual implementation of the different strategies, that could be something we talk about for sure.
Can I say something?
Yeah.
real quick? And so I want to make sure you're not losing what, I do think it's important. We've heard this before, that often, you know, the automobile user is just not considered and presented. And I do take the point that there's no information presented here. You said you have it.
It's in the plan, yeah.
It is in the plan. And I just think it's in order to provide to the community a holistic view, a 360-degree view of our roadways, and they are an important constituent of the roadway, as someone who's using an automobile. So I think for the comprehensive report, definitely add that information in.
Yeah. I mean, they're the cause of most accidents.
Sure.
Michael?
I just have a question about this slide and the previous two. You said in the public engagement process there were 250 plus unique respondents and 800 plus map comments. And so the question I'm wondering is, when you talk about this N equals 495 for the pedestrians and N equals 321, that's something over 800 when you add those two together. So I'm wondering, do those Ns tie back to those other?
Yeah, so those are just,
engagement?
so those are specific questions. There's a bunch of specific questions, and those are just responses to that question alone. Like, some people didn't respond to all the questions because maybe it didn't pertain to them. Like, if they don't bike, they're not going to they're not going to answer a question about a bike.
Right, but
So what's the total? What was the total? Oh, I'm sorry. What's the total response rate? Was it the prior slide, the 400 or 495? Is that, how many unique people responded to the survey?
So yeah, that would be the 250-ish. But a lot of people made lots of comments on the map.
So this N is not the number of people, it's the number of comments.
The
250 is
800
unique respondents.
because there were a
Right,
lot
right,
of different
right.
people.
And the
for a lot of-
495 and the 321 are numbers of comments because they total over 800.
Do you feel that is that number low to you, or average or high?
I mean, I think it's pretty decent being an online tool. When we shared it in a bunch of different places. Like, yeah, I think it's pretty decent for the time period that we had it up there. I think a couple months.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay.
So yeah, there's these are the main components of the plan. The high priority network were the streets that were identified through that risk and crash-based analysis. Those are the streets that we'd be targeting for improvements. Safety toolbox is just like a menu of different options, safety improvement options. The Vision Zero strategies, I'll show you that in just a second. And then kind of implementation strategy and some recommendations on how to track our progress. Go ahead. So these are kind of the themes of the strategies, just really touching on all the ways that our different departments at the town are related to traffic safety. Go ahead.
What does safer vehicles mean?
Oh, so yeah, so we
In
have,
terms of what Brookline can do.
correct. So we have town vehicles, lots of different kinds. Some of them are large vehicles, large trucks, trash vehicles and things like that. So there are different ways that we can, different designs for the vehicle itself that makes them safer,
a
especially
town
out in a
vehicle.
congested area. Like we recently bought some with those side guards on them, you know what I'm talking about?
Mm.
Yeah, that kind of thing. This is just a map of the high priority network. So those are the streets that we would want to target for safety improvements. That's safety improvements for all different modes. And again, it's based on risk and crash history. Go ahead. And so we have this map of where we want to focus the interventions. And the next thing was to create basically a menu of options that we could do in a systematic basis. So focusing on kind of low cost, high impact interventions like the rectangular rapid flashing beacons. This map is just an example of West Hartford, just showing all the different locations they did for RRFBs. You know, those are very popular, they work very well, and they're relatively low cost. So it's a great thing to be able to do in a lot of different places. Next. So a big important part of the plan is the implementation strategy. You know, we have the roads we're looking at, we have the improvements. Now, how are we going to kind of apply this? So again, we're looking at low cost, high impact types of safety treatments. And what's really great is that a lot of these don't require a lot of design or things like that. They can be done fairly quickly. So they can be easily incorporated into other projects. Like, for example, the map here is showing like other planned town projects that, you know, might be like in design now or in the pipeline a couple years from now. But so like a pavement reservation project, for example, we would do the pavement project, but we would also try to look at, you know, pedestrian improvements or something like that that we could do along with it, just to kind of get that economies of scale. And this is really what we're talking about today is the Vision Zero commitment, the resolution. This was developed by the committee with the help of the staff and also of our consultant team who has done many, many plans and many, many resolutions throughout the country. And really what it does is sets a goal for the town to achieve Vision Zero. So that's, you know, getting to a place where we don't have any traffic deaths or serious injuries on our roads by 2035. And the way we would do it is by implementing the strategies in this plan. The resolution also establishes the Transportation Board as kind of the overseeing body to make sure that staff are following the plan, you know, as it's meant to be, and also that we are tracking progress and responding to that progress. Next. And I'll just mention this quickly. One of the reasons that we wanted to do the Vision Zero action plan was because there's some really great funding opportunities at the federal level. I know some of that is, you know, a little tenuous at the moment. In fact, applications to this grant are on hold right now from the state. There's just some litigation going on. You guys probably aware of some of it at the state, and we're kind of trying to wait and see what happens. Hopefully this gets all resolved. We're kind of putting together the package anyways, because even if it doesn't get resolved, we can use all the work that we've done to come up with a scope for, you know, for a CIP item or something like that. And also that we have the funding, the local funding that was already approved. So the work will be useful for that. And that's the end of the presentation. I can certainly answer any questions.
David?
I have a question on the safe systems approach slide,
Mhm.
where you have a line that says layered redundant solutions. And I think I know what you mean by that, but I just worry that the word redundant appearing so prominently could be interpreted by many to mean inefficient. And so I think if the idea behind it is more layered, overlapping, make sure that there's full coverage, I think that's what you're trying to convey, not necessarily redundant.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's a term that's used with in different contexts with kind of a different connotation to them. It can be, yeah, viewed as like, oh, this is not useful and redundant, or A lot of times in like operations, I'm sure in emergency management as well, like you have to talk about redundancies. Like, for example, you know, you have a backup emergency person on that floor to make sure everyone goes to the right place. If, you know, the first person is sick that day, and you don't have that redundancy, then it doesn't get done, you know, those types of things.
Well, then
Same kind of thing.
for lay people, maybe backup works, but I think
Yeah.
that works better than redundant.
That's
Or,
fair.
or, I mean, redundant sort of a word of art, and maybe instead of not using it, you could say in parentheses, backup person or whatever.
Yes,
Because I think that word really is important because a lot of people understand what it means.
Yeah.
Technically. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, my most common understanding of that word is it means you don't have a single point of failure,
Yeah.
right? Which is
There you go.
important.
So then maybe have a footnote. I'm not sure that everybody would understand that's what's being referred to.
It's possible. I'm not 100% sure that that's the language used in the plan. It might just be the slide.
Okay.
Right. I think that's a legitimate concern, but I do want to leave the word in because it is, I think you said, sort of technical word that's used in many areas. Paul?
Yep, just so you had mentioned the plan. So one of the things that I was looking for, because I have the presentation, we've got the resolution and a memo.
Mhm.
Where's the plan?
It's in the next 15B.
Yeah, so your vote will be is not approving the plan itself.
The full plan, okay,
They're
which is
approving
15.
the resolution.
Yeah.
Yeah, because it's a planning document. It's not
It
typically
was very
brought to-
long. So we had gotten some feedback about someone was concerned about speed humps on, I don't know what road it was.
Clark Road.
Clark Road. And they were questioning, I don't know the answer to this, I'm asking. That Clark Road was included, but there weren't crashes. How did Clark, I'm just curious, as an example, how did Clark Road get selected as a road for speed humps?
So before I kind of really answer that question, I just want to say that was done through the traffic calming policy, which is an already established policy that y'all have approved several months ago. And so I'm not going to say it doesn't have anything to do with Vision Zero, because it does. It's, you know, has a similar aim as slowing down vehicles for safety. But the process used to select Clark was straight from the policy, the traffic calming policy, not from the Vision Zero. It's not contained in the Vision Zero action plan at all.
Okay, so and speed humps is a major component of Vision Zero, right? Slowing down traffic is an important part of the toolkit, right?
That is one of the recommended interventions, just generally speaking, yeah.
But so just, could you, although it's under a different policy, the traffic calming, how did Clark Road fit into the traffic calming policy?
Yeah, so all of the streets in the town that are eligible for speed humps, and by that I mean just, you know, that are not of a higher classification, like you know, busy arterial, we wouldn't want to put speed humps there, or that have like a really steep slope or blind curves, things like that. There are different features of the road that we wouldn't want to put speed humps on that road if they have those. So once we filter out all of those, we look at all the roads that are left, those are the ones that are eligible. And then we looked at a bunch of different data sets, speed being one of them, both the 95th percentile speed and also just like the difference between that and the posted speed, and ranked them in different ways. You know, also looked at the crash history, also looked at the land use. A lot of different categories went together and used a scoring rubric to basically rank everything according to all those different data points.
Okay. Yeah. I really like the idea of Vision Zero. I mean, it's a great idea. It's practical. I mean, it's not pie in the sky type stuff, but I'm a little concerned about at least the materials in the packet seem to be biased in a certain way. I talked about it earlier. Why isn't there more discussion of both the risks that cars create as well as the risk that because they're in a car, they see and can be fixed? I mean, I think you really, and I see Mike Salmon raise his hand back there, but I mean, the point I want to make is that, you know, the cause of most deadly accidents is cars. So, you know, and I just didn't see that reflected in the materials.
I mean, it is reflected through
When it's through
Through
the eyes of bikers.
No,
that's-
speed reduction, yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, you read page 3 of the report, over 1,800 crashes have occurred on Brookline streets, resulting in over 450 people injured and 3 people killed, right? Like that's.
Yep.
Yeah, I mean, of course, you mention it, but I just didn't get the sense that that there is enough of a focus on what the car drivers see that create dangers that we can fix, and what are the things that they encounter in driving
Yeah.
that can be fixed to reduce accidents. And I mentioned, the timing of lights, and I can give you some streets where that's a huge problem.
So that's just a little bit more specific and drilled down to an individual street than we did for this. This is kind of more of a framework for how we would approach the streets. And the menu of options is just that. It's not all of the different improvements that we're mentioning is not going to apply to every street. The implementation plan is basically a huge table that has on the top row is all the names of the different improvements. On this column, it's all the different streets, and it says which ones correspond to which streets and which ones are appropriate for which streets. And that's just a starting place, right? Like if, we want to do street X, like say, oh, okay, like these 3 improvements are appropriate for this, but we're not just going to do them. Like we're going to look at the street closer. We're going to look at the signals and try to figure out a whole package of what improvements are needed. It's just a starting place.
Okay, David.
I think, though, that Bernard more broadly, and Paul mentioned this as well. So you have a slide, as a pedestrian, here are my concerns. There's another slide, as a bicyclist, here are my concerns. I think it would be helpful to include a slide, as a driver, here are my concerns, so that you're addressing by category what each group can do to try to mitigate the risks of crashes. And yes, like Bernard said, obviously cars are a major source. I'm not saying this necessarily defend automobile drivers in this, but just when you're trying to get community buy-in and a perception that all stakeholders are involved, I think you have to include the group that is the vast majority that use roads as a whole.
Sure, that's a fair
And the group that sees the risk created by, for example, bikers, scooters, these I don't know what they're called, but sort of like
Big wheel.
hoverboards, yeah, whatever. They scare me. We see that, and drivers can identify issues that have to be included in a Vision Zero plan if it's going to be successful.
Did you want to say something?
Okay. Yes, please.
Welcome back.
Yes.
Thank you.
You have a residual authority to speak.
Right. Well, I was the Mike Sandman, former select board member, and in that role, I was the liaison to the Vision Zero committee, and that is that's the reason I'm here. Basically, is to support the plan. I think there are a couple of things that are worth mentioning. First of all, the overall topic here is how to control speeds. And controlling speed is important, not just for pedestrians and cyclists, that is vehicle speeds, automobile speeds, but it's also important for cars. Cars have gotten heavier, and they, as vehicles get heavier, they can do more damage to other vehicles, to other drivers, as well as to pedestrians. So the wrapper here is speed control. Bernard, you mentioned red lights, and personally, I think it would be great if the select board were to endorse and forward to our state representatives support for red light cameras and speed cameras, something that the Massachusetts legislature doesn't seem to get. So there are a number of things that affect drivers to slow them down for their own safety, as well as the safety of the other people that are using the street. I take the point that the plan really ought to reference that. I think that's a very apt addition. But I would say also that the overall approach of this covers vehicles most assuredly because of the emphasis on trying to reduce overall speeds on the road.
David, you want to say something?
Just to see.
Oh, you're just moving up. Paul?
I'll say something quick. So, Mike, first, thanks for being a liaison, and this is really critical. Mike, you were the sole cyclist on the board, helping to represent that. I want you to know I bought a bike last week. Went on my first biking Brookline 19-mile ride throughout various parts of Boston. And I did that on purpose because I really want to understand and experience better health. But what is the experience from a cyclist perspective, but also from a driver's perspective, and being able to have both. And the issues that Bernard raised are very legitimate. I totaled my car trying to cross Beacon Street because I got stuck at the tracks waiting for someone to turn. And when I finally got to go, the inbound side of Beacon had the green light and I got T-boned. And matter of fact, I went across and hit the pole. And if there was a pedestrian there, they would have got hurt really bad. And I also experience turning and not being able to see cyclists because they're in a protected bike lane where there's cars and it's hard to see down that protected bike lane. So I think the viewpoint of the motorist is really something important to add into this, only because it's a really important perspective, I think, because it's going to take all users to make sure that they slow down and understand how we can implement these strategies. I'm very supportive of the report. I want to spend more time with it, I think, a little bit, and maybe not vote tonight if we have a lot of material that we're voting on.
Yeah.
Well, it's just the resolution,
yeah.
not the plan itself.
Not just the resolution for.
Well, there are a couple of things here.
The whereas is at the bottom.
Yeah, yeah. Anyway, there's just a lot.
Sure.
You know.
Yeah, I take your distinction of the resolution, which I think we can vote on, and the report, which obviously we need to digest more. There's one question I have about the reporting process. You said the Transportation Board has oversight in progress. Are they also going to report their progress here?
I don't think that's explicitly outlined in the plan. I don't believe. It's not outlined in the resolution for sure. But yeah, we certainly can provide updates with whatever frequency makes sense.
Yeah. Can I also add the issue of compliance with traffic rules by bikers in particular? It should be, and I didn't see anything, but maybe I missed it.
Yeah, so a lot of that stuff is in this. A lot of the things that you guys have mentioned are actually in the strategies portion, where we talk about how the different departments in town work with Public Works to make things like this, to make streets safer, and enforcement is one of them. The red light camera thing is addressed, a signal policy, creating a signal policy so that, our signals are, similar at each location, and people know what to expect when they encounter a signal, and that they're all functioning, properly, and coordinated properly.
So we have, we adopt resolutions where we have a target by a date, and, sometimes the targets are just not achievable. Do we really believe that in 10 years we can eliminate traffic injuries
We
on
talked
the
about the
streets
day a
of
lot,
Brookline?
We
We talked about it, but I'm just wondering, so the investment, so
Yeah.
how do you translate that into to investment?
Yeah, I think just thinking about, other communities, and comparing ourselves in the whole grand scheme of the cities in America, we actually have it pretty good here. I actually personally worked for the city of Jacksonville as their bike ped coordinator for several years, and they were topping the charts for pedestrian deaths every year, still are. And we're nowhere near that. So that's great. That's great news. We're not, starting from, 45 people dying on the streets every year. We're starting, most years we have 0, right? That's great. We are starting at a really good place. And so I think it really is very achievable for us. We don't have as far to go as some communities do.
And it's just a goal.
It's a goal.
I mean,
Yeah. I mean,
we're
nothing
not gonna get
bad's going to happen if we don't
fined if we.
get there, but
No, but it does, I'm thinking like our net zero target, right? Is actually driving significant effort and potential investment. We created a whole division within the town to do it. Can we actually achieve net zero by the target that we're looking for?
We're not thinking that we're gonna be penalized if we don't.
No, but it's not, but it does drive
right, yeah.
a focus of
I
investment.
mean, at this point, it's aspirational, right?
It's aspirational.
You know, that's the other thing is that as things get further out, there's this idea of if you set the goal and then you're part of a broader coalition to achieve it, then hopefully technology comes along with you.
Yeah.
But you know, that's for, it's not just net zero, right? We're talking fossil fuel freedom here, which is even more arduous to attain.
Right.
But not, you know, as you said, that drives then our policy, you know, if the goal of the community is that, then that's what we work towards.
Yeah.
David.
I personally would be fine with supporting the resolution tonight. And as you just stated, Ms. Engels, given that most years are already at zero, and I mean, one is too many, frankly, but we're already at zero in many years. So trying to aspire to always be at zero does seem attainable.
Well, but it's also injuries, so it's
severe injuries are, yeah, are
it's
part
severe
of it too.
injuries.
Severe injuries,
I
yes.
don't know.
Major part of it, so.
I don't think we have to worry about that. I mean, it's just, it's a goal and
More than 50
the fact
injured.
that we have that goal means we do things to, get close to it.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, yeah, we still have, not to say that we don't have improvements to make. We absolutely do. And the plan is structured intentionally to focus on low cost, high impact improvements. Like speed humps or bump outs or even just crosswalk signage, things like that. Yes, there will be some improvements that come out of this that are much more expensive. Like we're looking at some signal upgrades, just some older equipment, making sure they have all the new equipment that, the countdown displays for the pedestrian signals, all that stuff. That will be a little more expensive, but
Yeah.
for the most part, it's like this quick build, cheaper, big bang for your buck stuff.
Okay, so let me find the resolution that we're being asked to vote on. So it's resolution of the select board adopting the goal of achieving zero deaths and serious injuries by 2035 through the implementation of the Brookline's Vision Zero Action Plan, and 2, assigns the Transportation Board oversight and progress reporting of the plan. I make that as a motion.
I would just amend that slightly to say, after the word injuries, add the words per year.
Okay, that we make that change?
Oh,
So am I looking at a different resolution? That this is at the bottom of the memo, right?
oh,
Says
yeah.
Vision Zero
I'm looking
resolution.
at the one on the agenda.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. They should be.
Oh, there's a
the same.
different one in the agenda.
There's a resolution in the, separate resolution in the agenda.
Oh.
Okay, so what resolution are you asking us to?
Yeah,
vote?
that's what you just read.
Okay,
It's
so
like
what I
probably
just,
the memo one.
Oh, is it the memo one? Okay, hold on.
Yeah, because it doesn't say plan. We're not adopting the plan at this point, right?
Right. If it doesn't say plan, then that's correct. It was.
Yeah.
Was that?
So I'm
that's
looking at the wrong one then.
18B.
The accompanying resolution. Yeah, so it's this, it's what you just read, Bernard. It's this.
okay, that includes the plan though.
No, so this is like, I'm not ready to adopt a plan yet.
Okay.
So
All right, I was reading the resolution that's in our broader materials.
in the memo.
Why are there multiple resolutions?
Yeah, why, there's 2 different versions of the resolution.
Well, there are 2. The agenda has 2. It
Yeah,
has
then the
18A
agenda
and 18B.
controls.
So all I'm saying is there's a memo, right, to the select board from Amy Ingalls and Sam Downs, dated June 10th. Okay. Actually dated June 4th, and the meeting is for June 10th. At the bottom of that, there's a Vision Zero resolution, the accompanying resolution, which the Transportation Board has recommended to be adopted by the select board, formally codifies Brookline's commitment to Vision Zero. Specifically, it establishes blah, 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 recognize the traffic. Is that not the resolution?
Well,
Well, I mean, what we posted online in noticing this meeting is the resolution in the agenda. So I think
So,
that, so we should be.
I'm getting a bit confused about what's happening here, but the what I normally write for resolutions when we post them is what the whereas is ultimately stating. So the whereas of that resolution provided by Sam Downs and Amy Ingalls, I believe, says what's on 15A. Am I?
So all I'm saying is in the where, there's a bunch of whereas clauses, then there's the now therefore be it resolved.
Sorry, that's what I was.
Okay, it says the goal of achieving 0 deaths and serious injuries by 2035 through the implementation of the Brookline Vision Zero Action Plan. So it means we're adopting and the Vision Zero Action Plan.
No,
The-
it doesn't.
But
It
through
means-
the
it means we're
implementation,
adopting a goal.
nope, it says through the implementation of the Brookline Vision Zero Action Plan,
That is how we would adopt.
Yeah.
Okay.
which is the action plan that's attached. Has everybody read the action plan in detail and provided feedback on it? Other than this, we saw the slides.
Well, maybe we should vote next week.
That's all so all I'm saying is Amy said, we're not approving the plan tonight.
No, that's
Right?
correct. I mean, we're not asking you to approve the plan at all because
Okay.
it's a planning document. We don't typically ask for
What
you
do you
to
ask?
approve that. We ask for a transportation board, but sorry.
What are you asking us to do?
Approve the resolution, which is just a commitment to the goal and assigning the oversight and reporting responsibilities to transportation board.
And not implement the plan?
I mean, the goal is connected to the implementation of the plan.
I think we got to wait on
So,
this.
yeah.
I think,
okay.
I think,
Well,
I think there's
There's
too
some
much.
confusion between what's in the memo and what's in the resolution.
Okay.
And I'd feel.
I mean, all the whereas and then those
Yeah, they're two
two
different
things are the whole resolution.
Okay, so we'll take this up next meeting.
And all I would suggest for the next meeting is whatever the transportation board adopted is what should be in front of us to affirm it.
All right.
I think
on our
that's what we
agenda.
should do.
Right.
Yep. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Oh.
Yes. Mike.
There's an additional thing that we need to adopt that they're asking for is to assign the transportation board oversight and progress reporting.
That-
plan.
That's
we
part of
do.
the resolution. The resolution is all the
But that would not be what was in front of the transportation board, I presume.
Yeah, so we asked the transportation board to approve, I think it ended up being separate votes for both the plan and the resolution, I believe.
Mhm.
And so we're asking you to approve the resolution, which is all the whereas clauses, and then those two bullets about the goal and about the assignment of the transportation board as the overseeing body.
Next week.
And that's the resolution.
Okay. Yeah, next week.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Okay, next, discussion and possible vote on the select boards and commissions handbook.
Another 30-page document.
Yeah. This is unfortunately the backlog of things post-town meeting, as you know, but I
It's too
do,
much, though.
I hear your.
Just if we can spread these
Why
things
why
out.
don't we take this up next time?
I think that's the other thing is that we got some excellent feedback from Michael Rubenstein on this, and we want your feedback as well. So
Okay.
I have a bunch of
postpone
notes, so
this.
I'll keep
Yeah.
them.
Yeah. Okay, so final item on the agenda, boards and commissions. We have, let's see how many. Jay, that's 10.
Sorry, actually, before we move on to that real quick on the handbook, Michael did make a bunch of edits and there were some other edits that were received as well. So I want to circulate a newer version to you. I did upload, I think, or update what's in the packet now, but just want to make sure you're working.
But I
from
made a
the-
bunch of notes.
On the-
My hard copy
Oh, okay,
that I need to share with you.
okay.
Is the copy you gave me or?
Yours is the most recent copy, yep.
Yeah, okay.
That was it. Thank you, sorry.
So I printed out the other one. For no reason. Anyway, okay, boards and commissions. Do you want to go through each one separately or just in an omnibus fashion? What's the board?
These are all reappointments,
Yeah,
omnibus.
and, pardon me?
Yeah, you can take them in one vote.
Yeah, I don't see anyone that would be controversial or that I would have any questions about. Okay, so I move approval of the appointments to the listed boards and commissions under item 16 of the agenda. item or sub-item 16A through 16J. Oh,
Sure,
I'm-
17.
17.
okay, oh. Oh, it's 17.
Yes, 17A through
I'm
17J.
sorry. My agenda is wrong. Okay, 17A through 17J. All in favor, please indicate by saying aye. Paul Warren,
Aye.
David Perlman,
Aye.
Michael Rubenstein,
Aye.
and chair votes aye. And that ends the meeting unless there's someone who would like to make a public comment. Did you ask if anyone online?
Is there anyone online who wishes to make a public comment? If so, please raise your hand using the raise the hand feature at this time. Okay, it looks like no one is indicating their desire to speak.
Okay, so the meeting is therefore ended. Thank you.